This special meeting of the Township Council is called to order. In accordance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meeting Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975, be advised that adequate notice of this special meeting of the Township Council of the Township of Franklin, County of Somerset, was made by the posting on the bulletin board at the Municipal Complex and transmitted to the officially designated newspapers, indicating that this special meeting would take place at the Franklin Township Municipal Complex at 7:00 p.m. on Monday, March 10th, 2014. In addition, a copy of this notice is and has been available to the public and is on file in the office of the municipal clerk. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, please take a poll of the council, please.
Councilman Chase.
Here.
Councilwoman Francois.
Here.
Councilman Kramer.
Here.
Mayor Levine.
Here.
Councilman Prasad. Deputy Mayor Regan. Councilwoman Sherman.
Here.
Councilman Vasanella.
Here.
Councilman Wright.
Here.
Okay, thank you very much. This is a special meeting of the Township Council with our subject matter for the evening to be budget hearing for many of our departments for our calendar year 2014 budget. Now, as in all our meetings, we'll have our public discussion. For anyone in the public who wants to say anything to us. Is there a motion to open the meeting for public discussion?
So moved. Second.
Moved in second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion is carried. Meeting is open for public discussion on any item of interest. Anyone interested in speaking, please raise your hand.
Seeing no one come forward, Mayor, a motion to close the public portion of the meeting.
Second.
Moved in second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion is carried. Public discussion portion of this meeting is closed. Thank you very much. We're now going to go to our departmental hearings. Today we're covering Clerk Election Council, Human Resources, Court, Purchasing, Parks and Recreation, Open Space, Information Technology, Engineering, Department of Public Works, Water, and Capital Budget. First, our Town Manager, Mr. Robert Vornlocker, will give us some preliminaries.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
I'd just like to, before I read the budget message for you, the budget message is, I believe, the very first thing in your budget books. I'd just like to thank Kathy Moody, our CFO, for what really has amounted to a tremendous effort in preparing the budget books for you all to review, and along with Andy Hodgelik, our financial consultant, we've managed to put together the numbers that you have on the various forms. The department heads have been very diligent in their budgeting of their individual departments, and I think this document, as well as the book that you have in front of you, should explain where we're headed for the 2014 budget. And this is somewhat technical and dry, but if you want to follow along, it's one of those necessities of the process here. The calendar year budget caps. As set forth by the Division of Local Government Services, the allowable percentage tax levy increase, exclusive of any waivers or exceptions, is 2% for calendar year 2014 over the calendar year 2013 tax levy. Additionally, the appropriation or spending cap is also at 2%, with the opportunity for the mayor and council to increase the appropriation cap by ordinance to up to 3.5% if they so chose. The proposed appropriations in this budget, the spending plan, are within the 2% cap as set by state statute. The calendar year 2014 budget continues the trend of reducing spending while also working towards managing the structural imbalance issue that the township faces. The budget summary. As the accompanying budget summary schedule indicates, the total proposed calendar year 2014 municipal budget with library is approximately $1,093,000 over the calendar year 2013 budget. The operating accounts for the township have remained virtually static with a combined 1.96 increase over calendar year 2013. The calendar 2014 departmental OE budgets, those that you'll hear from all of our department heads over this night and Thursday night, as submitted by the department heads, reflect an overall increase of $502,000 over the calendar year 2013 budget. However, this includes two extraordinary expenses in calendar year 2014. There's an increase in the snow removal expenses budgeted in this budget of $298,000. This due, I'll go off on a tangent a little bit here. This due primarily to the fact that our snow trust has been depleted greatly by the amount of work that's been necessary over the last several months to remove the snow in what has been an exceptionally harsh winter. And the second...
No indication that you're expecting another harsh winter.
Well, you know what? I am not only, I won't say that I'm predicting a harsh winter in the 2014-2015 winter, but I also saw a recent forecast for next week that includes anywhere from 1 to 3 to 6 to 8 inches of snow. So we may not be done this year, but the other major expense in the OE budgets for departments is the Uniform Construction Code Document Imaging Project, in which $200,000 is being included in the budget. I will certainly get into that much more in depth when we do the Uniform Construction Code budget. However, this is a project that was begun and then stopped and needs to be restarted again. And then after subtracting the increase due to these extraordinary expenses, the increase in the calendar year 2014 departmental OE budgets is $4,499, which equates to a 0.16% increase in these specific operating accounts. A comparison of calendar year 2012, calendar year 2013, and calendar year 2014 departmental OE budgets, along with the calendar year 2012 and 2013 expenditures, is included in your budget books for your review. The utilities budget has not increased. Statutory expenses and group health insurance expenses, which have been increasing greatly over the past few years, are only expected to increase less than $7,000, which is a 0.06% increase in calendar year 2014. The CY 2014 budget is benefited by a reduction in debt service of $543,000 and the elimination of the Hurricane Sandy emergency authorization of $350,000. The calendar year 2014 budget has increased due to $550,000 added as cash capital and $200,000 in the reserve for unpaid taxes, in addition to the two extraordinary expenses previously mentioned. Operating revenues for calendar year 2014 are budgeted for $1.2 million over calendar year 2013, although both years benefited from one-time only revenue. The amount of fund balance budgeted to be utilized towards closing the revenue appropriations gap has been reduced by approximately $1.1 million in calendar year 2014. The trend continues the progress in addressing the township's structural imbalance budget issue. The final revenue component of the calendar year 2014 budget is the amount to be raised by taxation. The amount to be raised by current year taxes is a function of the balancing the budget, while at the same time being limited by the tax levy cap calculation. The amount to be raised in current taxes in the proposed calendar year 2014 budget, without the library included, is set forth at $33,360,000, which is a rounded number. And if you look at Schedule A in your budget books, which is in the very beginning, it'll give you the dollar number. This amount is $1.283 million over calendar year 2013, or 4%. Based upon the tax levy cap waivers available to the township for its calendar year 2014 levy cap calculation, should the township wish to utilize all available waivers, along with a levy cap bank available from calendar year 2013, the total tax levy could be increased by $33,971,000 plus dollars, or what would amount to a 5.91% increase over last year's amount to be raised by taxation. Also, as presented in the attached summary, the required appropriation and corresponding tax for the municipal library has decreased by approximately $30,000. In combining the municipal and library tax amounts, the total tax levy increase is 3.58% over calendar year 2013. As to assessed valuations, Franklin Township's assessed valuations for 2014 have been set at $8,951,061,702. This represents an increase of just over $82 million from the valuation done in 2013, or roughly 0.93%. An increase in assessed values has a positive impact on the applicable tax rates. Taking the increase in ratables at last year's municipal tax rate, this increase in values amounts to an increase of $297,853.81 in taxation. As a result, in comparing tax rates using the budget as it stands at this point, although the dollar amount of the local amount to be raised by taxation is increased by 4%, the impact upon the tax rate, as indicated in the attached, would be 3.04%.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilman Kramer.
So a couple of things. First of all, as we discussed in that last paragraph, he says the increase in assessments is a positive impact. That means it's a happy.
It's a good thing.
Not a numerically.
Not a numerically positive, but a good thing on the tax rate, yes.
Now, I have two questions, either for you or for Kathy. The assessments went up. Why would the library tax go down? The library tax is a fixed amount.
The library tax is not based on 2013, it's based on 2012 assessments.
That's the rule?
The state, that's a state of New Jersey thing, and so they are not current, and so therefore, the numbers used in the calculation of the library tax are 1 year behind.
So then next year, it should...
It should go up next year, correct.
All right, fine. And then explain to me, so we're increasing the cash capital, I'm sorry, the reserve for unpaid taxes. Explain for me and the public why it would be not wise to, explain to me the wisdom of increasing it as opposed to saying, hey, let's save some money and not increase it.
Well, the reserve for uncollected taxes, we are required to collect all of the taxes for all of the entities to which people pay property tax. School system, county, fire district. In the event that we were short, what that reserve for uncollected taxes is basically an insurance policy. So that it is mandated by the state that it be included in the budget, and there's a formula by which you calculate the reserve for uncollected taxes based on your assessed values and the amount of money to be raised by taxes. So if we didn't, we would be left holding the bag, so to speak, and would have to fund that out of our current fund because we are required by law to pay those entities the amount that we collect.
Thank you.
But that's
Councilman Trey.
essentially an estimate of how much tax will not be paid. Is the number actually generated by a formula?
It is, in fact, generated by a formula, and it's a rather complicated formula that if I had to, I could probably sit here based on some classes I've taken and recite it to you, but it takes up a full sheet of formula to calculate the reserve for uncollected taxes, and it's not necessarily to cover taxes unpaid. It's to cover, we have to pay them whether we collect them or not, and we have to pay them according to a schedule that if we don't receive those funds, we still have to write the check. I mean, so it's one of those cases, it's one of those cases where it's required to be budgeted by the state of New Jersey. It's not appropriations that can be spent. It's basically an insurance policy to ensure that we have sufficient money in our fund balance to cover our payments to those other entities.
How has the amount calculated by formula compared with what we actually didn't collect in previous years?
We actually collect better than what our reserve
Yeah.
for uncollected taxes is.
But in any case, it's money that is there, that we don't have any discretion, not only whether to include it in the budget, but also on whether to spend it.
Well, you can't spend it.
And if we do better, then essentially we have more money left for next year's reserve.
Correct.
Yeah.
Returns to fund balance at the end of the year.
Yeah. Now, I wanted to ask, you show miscellaneous revenue excluding grants as 8.1 million roughly for the coming year versus 6.9 million for last year. Where are we expecting that added almost 1.2 million to come from? I mean, it's nice if you can pull it out of a hat, but
New construction.
You said wait till we get to that part.
Councilman, you're referring to Schedule A? Is that what you're looking at?
yeah,
Okay.
first page,
Yeah.
it's essentially the second line.
Miscellaneous revenue in the calendar year 2014 it shows an increase of 1.1. So there are a number of things that went into the miscellaneous revenue that are, in fact, as I referenced in my statement, one-time revenue sources. There's approximately $330,000 in a liquor license sale. There's been an increase in revenue from the court of about $142,000.
That depends on our citizens continuing to be not fully law-abiding.
Well, when we get to the court today, you'll see that it does in fact do that, but it also, it has a number of different factors, including the activities of the police department that we can discuss when we talk about the police department.
I think Tom Zelenek mentioned $225,000 from storm detention basin permits. Is that a new item?
That's not a new item. We've been
not a new
collecting those for some time.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, I'm going to the revenue page.
So
Councilwoman Francois?
I have a question,
Yes.
just so we can stay on the agenda, stick to the agenda. The question I have is based on your summary. I have two questions
Okay.
associated with that, and then maybe we can just do the deep dives into the departmental presentation. That way we're not jumping all over the place. So you mentioned that there was an extraordinary expense for the UCC document imaging project,
Yes.
200,000. Where'd that come from? How was that extraordinary? I'm not sure.
It wasn't budgeted last year.
Okay.
And there's a number of factors involved in the decision-making as far as that being included in this budget. The document imaging program was started several years ago,
Yeah.
and basically came to a halt last year. There was no money budgeted at all for document imaging, because we were dealing with several issues regarding the vendor and getting issues dealt with that, there were issues with the way that the documents that were imaged were indexed, and that needed to be rectified. There's also an issue with the surplus in Uniform Construction Code, in which we have some requirements to budget money specific to Uniform Construction Code as it relates to their surplus and the fee schedules. And, like I said, we can certainly discuss that more when Uniform Construction Code comes in to discuss their budget, but there's a number that we need to reach. And this was one of the things that was recommended that we do to reach that number, because it's a necessary project and we need to get back on track with it. This should be, when I say extraordinary, there will be continuing costs as we move forward year after year, but not to this degree.
I just thought about you having it in the category of snow removal. I'm thinking, okay, that was extraordinary. I didn't quite understand how you...
Beyond what would be normal, and, in
Okay.
previous years, $50,000 was budgeted for document imaging. This is a one-time push to try to get large documents imaged and get the program back on track. and then we can fall back to the normal budgeting that we would do annually.
Okay, I knew we'd been talking about it. One other question. So you also mentioned in your summary the elimination of the Hurricane Sandy emergency
Yes.
authorization. What does that mean, elimination?
In 2012, at the end of the year, immediately following Hurricane Sandy, we did an emergency appropriation of $350,000 to cover costs related to the cleanup. In 2013, we were required to include that $350,000 as an appropriation. That's, when you do an emergency appropriation, you must budget it in the following year. We no longer have that as part of our appropriations this year, so that comes off the board.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
I do have one question also.
Okay, Councilman Sherman.
All right, that's right, Councilman
Vasanella, pardon
Vasanella.
me.
Oh, okay. Just, since you left off the Sandy money, have we gotten any, and if we have, what is the total reimbursement
That
we've
again is
had?
part of the one-time revenue that shows in the 2014 budget.
Okay, so when we get to revenue, I guess we can go into that more. So the average home, lost or gained in the assessment?
Gained.
And what was the approximate amount? I'm sorry, I didn't see that.
It's at the bottom of Schedule A, average home, and it's increased $1,800.
No, okay, I was just, is there a percentage? I can find it.
0.59%.
So about 0.6% is the average homeowner's increase.
Increase in assessment, yes.
Right. Okay, so I guess maybe we'll deal with some of these when we get to revenue, but I was wondering if there was any tangible number relevant to our water leak initiative.
That would be
Protect
under
leaks.
the water budget.
Okay, so we can get into that when we get to that part. Health plan savings, all, the same thing.
It's all on
we'll see.
Schedule A.
Okay. For what it's worth with the weather, I'm no expert, but from what I understand, the El Nino, which only comes around, severe El Nino, is supposed to be coming next year, so with a little bit of luck, it very well may be a much warmer winter next year, but obviously, we can't be sure of
The
that.
problem is we've basically depleted $700,000
Yeah.
of our trust.
No, I'm not arguing your figures, I'm just saying in general, if the scientists are right, we'll have some relief.
I hope so.
And just relevant to, you were talking before about unpaid tax money. That's a formula derived by the state that we
It
have to
is.
follow. Yes.
Absolutely.
Right. But for our, make sure I have it right and the public understands, the majority of unpaid tax simply goes out to tax sales. Private individuals buy those tax liens, give us the money, they collect, if and when they do, with a nice percentage profit through the way that that's legally set up. But I guess my point here is we have to collect that because of state law, but ultimately, we hardly ever not get a dime of
Collect.
tax money that's due.
True.
Okay, just
Yes.
wanted to be clear on that.
One way or the other.
Okay, and the rest of the issues, I think we'll get into when we go further down into the budget. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, since most everything has been asked, I did just have one little question. The increase of $82,280,000,
Yes.
that comes from the valuation of the homes going up?
Well, not necessarily.
Okay,
No.
where is it coming from?
It comes from two places. It comes from assessments that have increased the value of properties.
Right.
Of existing properties, and the addition of new properties.
Well, that was
So there's two.
Is it an 80-20? How would you characterize the source of the revenue between the two?
The overwhelming majority of the increase in value is to assessments.
Right, so-
Increased assessment value.
I assumed it was an 80-20. That was just my guess.
Even more than that,
Yeah?
it is.
Oh, wow, okay.
The number of,
Well, our ads and omits were about 1 million, so, and whatever percentage of our tax,
and our assessed valuations increased $82 million
Yeah, so, but I mean, if our adds and omits, that's the amount of
That's
taxes
the
we
amount
got.
of new properties.
Right, so if you back that
So that's-
into our tax rate, you would come up with, I can't do the math in my head, maybe we need an
It's
account,
Probably 90-something.
but not that much money.
No.
Nowhere near $82 million.
No.
Okay,
Yeah.
Okay.
thank you.
Okay.
Okay, others at this point? Mr. Vornlocker, did you have other? Oh, yeah, keep going.
Keep going. In your packets are also just some PowerPoint printouts that I have up on the screen. Just as a preliminary to all of the department heads, I thought it might be helpful if we just break down where the money goes and where the money comes from. And we don't have to belabor this too long, but as you see from this graph, about 9% of our budget is debt service. Administrative and legal costs are about 16%. Health and public safety, which includes the police department, is about 30%. Construction, engineering, planning, and public works comprises about 12% of our budget. Parks and recreation, about 1% of our budget. Insurance and benefits, about 16%. Utilities at 5%. Pensions and Social Security at 10%. And capital improvements, again, at 1%. And our revenues. And as you can see, the bulk of our revenues come from taxes. About 62% of the revenue raised by the township comes from property tax, 4% from delinquent taxes. Interest and cost on taxes is 1%. State aid at 9%. Uniform construction code fees, 4%. License fees and permits at 5%. Court fines and costs at 1%. Our cable franchise fees are minimal. It doesn't even register on the chart. Non-recurring revenues, things like liquor licenses and one-time revenue sources such as that, are about 1% of our revenue. Interest on investments and deposits, given the market these days, you can see it says 0, and that's about where we're at. The interest on our deposits is minimal at best. $40,000, as I've just been told. Interlocal revenues at 1%, the sewage authority, which is at 1%, and you see to balance our budget is roughly 11% surplus or fund balance usage. However, this shows us, and we've all talked about the structural deficit that exists and the need to use fund balance to balance our budget. This chart shows us where we've been since fiscal year 2006. In fiscal year 2006, we used roughly $7.9 million to balance our budget. It went as high as just over $14.5 million in 2008. It's gone down. The sharp spike down there is the transition year, so don't be fooled by the fact that that shows at $887,000. That was that 6-month transition period. But in 2011, it was at 6.6. It was at 7.5 in 12, 6.9 in 13, and proposed to be at 5.8. So there's a continuing trend to reduce the use of fund balance to balance the budget. And this is a percentage of the budget for fund balance, which is another significant number. And again, I'll just go to 2012. In 2012, fund balance was 14.32% of the budget. In 2013, 13.12, and it's proposed at 10.27% of the budget this year. So again, showing a downward trend in fund balance usage to balance the budget.
Mr. Mayor?
Can I ask a
Yes,
quick question?
Councilwoman Sherman, then Councilman Kramer.
Curious on the, but it certainly looks like it's all going in the right direction, so I'm pleased to see where it's going. We'll make it better, I'm sure, but the question I have is the budget expenses. There have to be statistics out there as to how other communities budgets are structured. Do you have any idea how we fall into those particular categories?
With the charts, I don't. To
Okay.
be perfectly honest with you, I'm not sure where other towns fall within the appropriations and revenue sources.
Or the expenses, really more? Yeah, okay, just curious, because just wanted to make sure we were following the basic trend. Doesn't have to be exact, but okay, thank you.
So, the thorn in my side since I've been on council is this piece of the pie that goes to fund balance, which you have here as 11%, and I don't want to minimize that 11%, but we regenerate a large portion of that. So in some ways, yeah, that's what we're using out of our bank account every year. It's a little misleading, because that's what we take out of our bank account every year, but then we do throw a certain portion of it back. So,
I think a good way to describe it is that while we don't spend all that we budget, we don't, so there's a portion of it that we don't spend, and there's also a portion of revenue that's raised that's unanticipated. So between the two, there's an amount of that within that 5.8 that gets returned.
but it's also, we're taking a loan from ourselves and then repaying it, not entirely. So the real number is around $2 million, which is about 4% of our budget that we are not returning, and that's been varying all over the place, well, not all over the place.
Between 2 and 3.
It's been going from 5 to 3 to 2, we're reducing it. So, but it's really about 4%, and this is the way you guys calculate it. The way I would calculate it in my home budget would be that this is about 4% of our money is being sucked out of our bank account every year at the current rate.
And that actually kind of, good point, that follows on the next page is where used, I mean, you see like a couple of 14s in a row, but we didn't have 100 million sitting around that we drew down, it's being replaced also. Would have been nice.
We're
but-
talking about in the 07, 8, 9
Yes,
era?
yeah. As we've had this discussion before, in coming from a commercial world, I'm sure Macy's draws down a lot of money in November and December, gearing up for the holidays, but that's kind of invisible for them. But here, we lay out all the pieces, which, has its merits, obviously, too, so.
Am I reading this correctly? So we're saying in 2011, we only used 887,000?
No, that was the transition year. That was the 6-month period when we switched from fiscal to
Oh,
calendar. That's why I said,
okay.
don't be fooled by that one that dips way down.
No, okay.
You have to account for it because there was some fund balance used to balance that budget, but you recall that was a budget that was
Switch
done
years. Okay,
only for a 6-month period.
okay, thanks.
Yes.
What is actually
That's
there in the
100%.
surplus?
It should be on, it's on your Schedule A.
I don't know where it is, but it's about 18 million.
It is, I was say, if it's not there, exactly, it's about $18 million right now. give or
How
take.
has that gone over time? The balance?
Well, I mean, it's gone down.
Well, it's going up and down.
Yeah,
I mean,
but it,
It got a shot in the arm from the changing from the financial year to the calendar year,
Calendar year.
because in the state's wisdom, this time I like their wisdom, they paid us basically twice in a year and a half. And then there were some, Mr. Hodslick gets a lot of credit because I guess there was some fund balance out there that we didn't know about. So on paper, it came back. There was some trusts that we kind of corralled together. But at one point, it was up at 25.
Right.
And it's come down to as low as 16, or 14, I believe, and now back up to 18. But it's on its way down. You can think roughly now at about $2 million a year, and depending on what you do with taxes, it can come down even faster or not.
By the same token, the economy goes up, valuations, assessments go up, you may not use as much of your,
Doesn't affect it.
So
Doesn't affect
I would like, so, not exactly. The only way the economy helps us is if the developers go out there and build more, and I'm not saying that's a good thing or a bad thing, I'm just talking facts here. If they start building more houses, then we collect more taxes. Just to make it very short, on the first year a house pays the taxes, we get all the taxes, don't have to give any to the schools or the county. So that helps us. It also helps us with things like our hotels, our hotel tax. Other than that, the economy doesn't really help us. Maybe someone can point out some change here or there that I'm missing in that. But those are the only two big things. The economy, a booming economy might add $500,000 to $1 million to our revenue, but part of that is the adds and omits, which are new homes being built, those first year money we get on homes, and we're running out of land, so that party's going to end eventually, maybe not this year or 5 years, but eventually that's going to end.
Because there's a tax levy cap, if our total assessments increase, we're still bound by the tax levy cap that says we can only increase taxes by a certain percentage over what they were the year before. It just means that they would not see as steep an increase per property if the values went up. It would not, we would lower the tax rate to conform with the tax levy cap. So, if our, in a wonderful world, if our tax assessment, if our property assessments doubled in a year and everybody's home became worth, twice as much, it doesn't mean that they'd pay twice as much in taxes. We would still be bound by the levy cap.
So,
Councilman Vasanella?
just kind of bring this full circle, and then maybe we can move on. I'm not sure Councilman Councilman Prasad was looking in this direction, perhaps. He was. A good economy can be good for us tax-wise, in as much as commercial development, filling the existing warehouses, commercial spaces, et cetera, that's tax revenue without any burden to, obviously there's some expenses, but without burden to the school system or a lot of the other costs that come with residential. So a good economy with commercial, retail, industrial, either new construction or filling the open space out there is a net win, is it not?
Well, as I think everyone has said, new development is different than an assessment that shows an increase in value of existing properties. So whether it be residential or commercial, it's certainly that adds because we now have the adds and omits that get added annually for new construction. As far as
I mean, the tax picture overall, considering the
obviously
school
commercial properties generate more tax revenue than do residential properties, so commercial development in good times generally reflects positively on our ability to collect taxes and increase revenue without having an adverse impact on homeowners.
So what would happen would be that perhaps their property values would increase. Their lawsuits against us they might not have lawsuits about their taxes, so we would have less liability there. We might collect a little more taxes there. The balance between private property and commercial property might change in such a way that people's taxes would go down, but the total amount that we collect doesn't really change. See, we're different than the federal government. The federal government sets out a tax rate, and if you make more money, they get more money. We basically say, we're going to spend this much, and then the taxpayers come up with that much. And we're limited by the state and the 2% cap and to some degree, et cetera. But if Google, Apple, Microsoft moved in tomorrow, everyone's taxes would go down because they would get a bigger piece of the pie.
Right.
But our budget problem, our surplus leak would not essentially change much.
Okay.
Another thing you talked about the economy, not counting taxes. A robust economy and a robust housing market where people are moving up and houses are transitioning, our fees and transfer taxes would go up. So, and that would not negatively impact homeowners as far as their real estate taxes, but our fees would go up, which would be a positive. That's taken a dramatic downturn over the last 6 years with the economy tanking and the real estate market going down. So fees would go up in a robust economy.
Very good point. Okay, other questions? Otherwise, Mr. Vornlocker, you can
Okay,
on
Amory?
analyzing. Oh, you ready to go to the departments?
Yes.
We are. I think that we're to the point where we should
Okay,
get to
so,
there.
0 down and 9 to go.
Zero down
Ms.
to nine.
McCarthy,
No.
Clerk, Election Council, and I think we're on pages 66, 84, and 56, respectively, and anything
Sounds
else? Let me
good.
know. Pardon me?
That sounds right.
Okay.
Basically, those three budgets are pretty standard. The clerk and the election ones went down slightly, and the council one went up just a hair. Basically, if you have any questions as to what's in the budgets, there's really not much of a change from last year to this year. There's no big projects or anything.
And the document imaging isn't in your budget, right?
No.
Okay.
No.
But I can answer questions tomorrow when Vince is here on document imaging.
I noticed that the mayor and council, the amount for conferences and meetings went up. Now, I would hardly object to that. I just worry that that's the kind of thing that the press likes to look at and make a point of.
Well, it depends on how many of the 9 go, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't go this
Yeah.
last year. Probably will next time.
Councilman Chase? Yeah, go ahead.
On page 86, this is the election expenses, and you say print costs, sample ballots, June primary.
Yes,
Do we only pay for the June primary and not the November?
correct.
Odd.
It's odd, but that's the way that it goes, and we, every year is different depending on what the ballot looks like, so.
Yeah. More independents run, the ballot gets longer.
We'll get bigger, yeah.
Well, they wouldn't be on the primary.
No, they won't be on the primary, so
Yeah.
it'll stay the same.
Okay. And, okay. Anything else for Ms. McCarthy? Yes, Councilwoman Francois?
So on page 72, you're showing a difference of $9,742. Does that mean your budget went down by that amount?
No, it means that the minute track contract was taken from my budget and it's in IT's budget, so it'll show up there.
As part of the consolidation of all software, licensing other than police, all of the licensing was moved to the IT budget, so you'll see the corresponding increase on the software line for the IT department, and in certain departments like the clerks, there's a reduction from it, so it's an overall wash. But
Okay.
It's just centralizing the expenditures and where it's more appropriate.
So for the sake of time, can you highlight if there's any particular item that you have increased and by what percentage?
Well, the advertising went up, and it's due for 2 reasons. One, the Courier News is charging more, and the second is that the tax sale notice has increased by about $3,500. It's bigger than usual. So where it used to be $3,500, it's now $7,000. So that was the biggest thing in there. Everything else was just, here and there, depending on, nothing extraordinary. Like, everything's like under 1%.
Okay, good. And we should note that we are not taking a pay raise, the mayor or the council.
That is correct.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And that's, I
The
think,
mayor deserves one, though.
Yeah.
What's up with us?
and that's,
Argue
Bill,
against it, but I don't.
I'm sorry, to interrupt, Mayor.
Councilman. And just,
Oh, go ahead,
can I interject?
Mayor.
That was a good point you made, Mr. Vornlocker, about the switching to IT. Anything else you recall in general as we go forward that's shifted?
What you will find, and so as not to confuse you, is that there's been a great effort by our finance department to make much more sense out of our budgets and make the department heads much more accountable to specific lines in their budget. As you'll see, there's been a number of additional lines in the budgets, and there are, for the most part, as we go through here, and in this particular case, what you'll see is explanations for where things were moved, and as we get into this process, Anne Marie had one movement, and that was the Minitrack software licensing to IT. In some departments, there'll be a number of things that were moved either within their own budget into new lines that make it much more specific to the type of purchases that are made out of that line, or moved to other departments' budgets, or in some cases, obviously, having things moved to their budget. There is in the very beginning of your budget book, right after the PowerPoint, there's a green and blue and white document. It's an overview that was done by our CFO to show where we were in 2012 budget-wise, our 2012 expenditures, 2013 budget, 2013 expenditures, the difference at the proposed 2014 budget, the difference between 13 and 14, and then notes. And you'll see in some cases, when there was a significant amount of money moved from one budget to the other, it'll be reflected there. Such as under clerk, you see includes includes election budget, and then under IT, includes $73,700 in software licenses from all departments except police, water, and some uniform construction code. And then there's a reduction of $30,000 in consultant fees. Things like that will show up not only in this master spreadsheet, but also as you work through your budget spreadsheets for each individual department. Where it's relevant, there should be a note that explains it, and if there is not, then the department head should be able to explain it, or Kathy or I will.
Good.
Okay, Councilman Chase.
While we're in that area, the second page there of those comparisons is that bright yellow line taking out employee group insurance. How come that can be taken out?
It can't be taken out. There's a calculation each year that determines a percentage that's within the cap, and based on the increase, and the increase can be between 4 and this year 6%, can go outside the cap. That just indicates that that calculation has not been done yet, and the entire group health insurance is within cap in the 2014 numbers that you see. When we actually do the budget document, it'll be fine-tuned.
If the state gets around to calculating it.
No, we can calculate
Yeah.
it based on what the final budget is.
It's just that at this point, it looks as if it were a saving of $300,000.
Because that's outside cap. If you
Yeah.
go to the group insurance line, if you go to the group insurance line on the first page, about 3/4 of the way down on the first page, there's the insurance line. and the second line under it, it says group health insurance.
Yeah,
If you go to calendar year 2014 proposed budget, it's $6,622,000. If you look at the column under 2013, you'll see it's $6,322,000.
Yeah.
Well, that's $6,322,000 plus the $313,000 that you see in the yellow box. For 2014, the entire amount is still within cap, but some of it may be able to move outside the cap. But right now, it's all in here. But the actual budget itself is almost flat. So it's not a savings, it's just for the 2014 budget right now, the entire group health is showing within cap. Whereas last year, I showed you where it actually wound up being, whether it was inside cap or outside, but the amount is virtually identical.
And based on our current appropriations in this budget, we're under the 2% cap, even with that entire amount included in the cap number.
Okay. Other questions? Okay. Ms. McCarthy, thank you. So now we come to 5B on the agenda, Human Resources. We've got our Human Resources Director, Raven Williams, and there's a good point. I think I'm going to plagiarize slightly from Councilwoman Francois. If you could give us, if there are major ups or downs in there, just you can highlight those up front, that'd be great. Thanks.
Yeah.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Board sections, pages.
Oh, I'm sorry, page 39.
Page 39. Overall, my budget only increased slightly. The main increase was due to the fact that we have a better idea of the number of potential employees that we're going to be hiring in 2014, so we were able to better calculate that. Also, we took the pre-employment physicals and psychological exams that the police department normally handled for their police officer hiring and the telecommunicator hiring, and we put that money into the HR budget. So if you look at, let's see, it's line item 093.
What page?
44.
Thank you, Catherine. That line item was actually, part of that was pulled from line item 029 from calendar year 2013 budget. So this now includes all the pre-employment physicals, psychological exams, random drug testing, post-accident testing, all the medical type related exams. So that is where you would see the largest increase in the budget. And again, just more centralization of actually taking things over and having HR be in charge of conducting all of those, and a better idea of the number of employees we'll be hiring.
So question, on page 39, you have new hires, 127, of which 100 are seasonal new hires for CY 13? Is that?
Correct. We typically, and this is something that we were trying to get a better handle of, most of those all of those seasonal employment comes from the recreation department. It comes from community resources, open space in the summer. So that's why those numbers are so high.
And you've done similar projections for 2014?
Yes, and typically the number is around the same amount every year.
Okay.
The other changes in the budget basically are just being more specific. And again, are due to just things being reallocated from one line item to another.
most of the time has been spent.
So you'll see, I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying.
Fresh.
The largest portion of the increase is the shift of expenses from other departments into the HR budget to cover the pre-employment physicals, in certain cases psychological exams, and drug screenings that are necessary for all the positions that we fill.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councilman Kramer.
Thank you. So you list full-time hires as 26 new hires, but some of that's, for instance, police officers retire.
It's almost entirely replacements.
Right. So do you have off the top of your head how many new positions we've created?
I do.
Okay.
There are 1, 2, 3 part-time positions proposed, additional over what we currently have.
In the coming year?
In this year,
Right.
2014,
Right.
in the budgets, there are 3 part-time positions proposed that are above and beyond what was in the 2013 budget.
And last year, the only new part-time was the special projects. Full-time was.
That was not new.
Oh,
That
that's
was not new.
That's right. That's-
I can give you every assurance, Councilman, that that was not a new
are
position in
absolutely
2012 or 2013.
How quickly we forget.
Well,
this is the first time we had a good one.
Yeah, the old one left, I guess.
He did. He
Or moved
left.
on.
Took a better job.
And one can't blame him. No, he does have tremendous bosses, 9 of them. No, there are 2 positions proposed in the IT department. There is 1 position proposed in the municipal court, and I'm trying to think off the line.
I think there's one
And in the
in
recreation
recreation.
department, there is the
Administrative
a
assistant.
change from a part-time position to a full-time position.
And there was also a full-time to a part-time in the police department.
That was already done, that was done in 2013. But
Oh, okay.
it's not a, but it was a full-time position in 2013 that has been turned into a part-time position. That is absolutely
That's
correct.
what I-
Yes,
Yep.
yes.
Mayor,
Yes,
over here.
Councilman Vasanella.
Are there any areas where we are proposing to get by with less? Either, not the layoff, but through attrition. Are there not anywhere across the town that we can get by with less
No.
personnel?
No, there's not. There's not a proposal to eliminate positions, if that's what you're asking. We have not proposed eliminating any positions at this particular time.
Okay. Ms. Williams, did you have more? Or I didn't want to cut you off. If you're done, that's fine. If there's more, please go ahead.
I'm sorry? I don't believe so. I think that's it. Again, the other increases were very minuscule. Again, most of the increases are just due to having a better idea of the number of employees that we plan on hiring.
Okay. Others from Ms. Williams or HR? Okay, thank you very much.
I'm happy to see we put some money in the budget for the wellness program.
We did.
Okay, next we have 5C, Court. Our Court Administrator, Damaris Santiago. I think that's page 466. Your Honor, are you coming also?
No, that's all right.
Test 1, 2.
Thanks. You want to go? Yeah, go.
If you want to, however you want to, all of you want to do it.
Damaris has a memo for all council members, along with a report that's attached that is explained in the memo, and it goes along with the request for an additional part-time employee.
Good evening.
Good evening.
This is Judge Maria Koch, for all those that haven't met her yet. She's our chief judge.
Good evening.
Good evening, Judge.
Sure.
Okay, I will
What page?
kind of cut to the chase here.
466 page.
One of the meetings that was held at Financial Oversight was with Damaris, our court administrator, and Judge Koch, in reference to what was originally a request to increase staff from a part-time position to a full-time position to allow for more hours to work on a backlog that currently exists in the municipal court. When I looked at this, I think in a bigger way, what I think became apparent was that while we have a significant backlog in our municipal court, we also have some issues, I think, due to our limited manpower, or woman power in this particular case, in our municipal court, in that we have a very, very difficult time handling the amount of cases that are being generated by the various enforcement agencies in the town, and getting those cases, the administrative functions processed, as well as the normal day-to-day customer service, process in the municipal court. As a result of this request being made to me and then subsequently to Financial Oversight as we reviewed the budget, what I was able to find out is over the last 2 months, and this is just an example of what we're talking about here, over the last 2 months, there were 8,500 incoming calls to our municipal court. All right, and what I will tell you is that they were successful in answering about 10%. Most of this is due to the fact that there is pretty much someone at the window all the time who is either paying a fine or, certainly during municipal court sessions, there's dispositions that need to be entered into the computer and time payments and all the myriad of responsibilities that the municipal court has. They're currently doing that with the court administrator, a deputy court administrator, one full-time employee beyond those two, and then what I'll call a regular part-time employee and a part-time employee who's working minimal hours.
So what happens to those calls? It just rings, it doesn't go to voicemail?
Goes to voicemail ultimately, and then,
Goes to
so
voicemail.
quite clearly, what happens is then a tremendous amount of time needs to be spent on
Going through the
clearing voicemails, which then bogs down the system further. I think that at this
What are
point,
people calling for? Why are they calling?
They're calling about their tickets, they want to plead not guilty. When they can't get into the website, 'cause sometimes it's done, they want to know how much is a ticket, or if there's a warrant issue, they're calling about that, how to post bail, how much, different questions about their...
But now that we have a new
attorneys
website,
also.
they can go on the website and look at...
this is the state administrative
Not
office of
yet.
the court's website. I wish I could say that it was ours that
Okay.
would solve the
I
issue.
just
but-
asked.
Yeah.
The administrative offices of the courts, they just give you your ticket number. Sorry, you're just given the information on your one ticket. You're not given the information on every ticket that's out there. So more often than not, most of the citizenry will contact the municipal court. Also, we have attorneys that call constantly with respect to their cases to find out, some of them you would think would know to look at the diary to get their faxes to send us information, in terms of letters of appearances. So there's a number, the county will call us when there's bail posted, or other towns call us when there's bail posted in other towns for matters that are in our court. So we're a very, very busy court, and we additionally have, and I've said this before in our other meeting, but I'm going to invite you, each and every one of you, just to take a little look on a day that we have court, just to see what's going on. You could see right through the window. All day long, there are people coming for that day's court because they didn't show up last week, because they have something next week they can't make it, or they just got a ticket and they want to come pay. And that's all going on at one time. And we generally have each staff member handle all of those matters as quickly as possible. I think Damaris will let you know that when we're in court, I'm in court I have a clerk, which is either Damaris or Maria, who's the deputy clerk. Christina is at the window. And then we need Maria, if she's not with me, to, whatever we do on the record has to be inputted, that this position has to be inputted, and then from there it goes to the window. So all of the staff members that are within our office or on duty, working with the cases, still checking people in, still talking to people who have tickets, people who have warrants, people who don't even know where they're supposed to be or looking for the police department. So that's really the day-to-day. And that's done on the strength of these three women and the part-time people who have, for AOC protection purposes, limited access to some of the mechanisms. In other words, some of the cases, not some of them, all of them, are systems. So it's very, very difficult because sometimes you have to look things up. We also have county prosecutors calling us. We also have, we have a multitude of calls that we get from different departments. And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to go on. It's just a very arduous situation. I really would like you folks to come and see the kind of work that these people do.
But you're only asking for part-time additional staff, right?
There's actually,
what I don't get.
as we work through this, the issues that I recognized, I think that, need to be addressed, this is a two-pronged issue. We have the customer service issues, that's for certain. And then the second prong is this backlog that we have to deal with. And in discussing this with Damaris and the judge, what I have been able to determine is that really, and there had been some discussion about this several months ago, to move a backlog requires two things. One, the administrative work in the background to get these cases either on a calendar or get people who have been charged into the system as failures to appear or, non-payment on fines and penalties. That certainly is the administrative function here, but there's also the judicial portion of this. And as I looked into it more and more, I'm not quite certain how we move a backlog without additional court time. One of the things that the judge and Damaris were required to do by their superiors at a higher level was to develop a plan, and I think that's what we're doing here, is we're developing a plan to deal with the backlog. Because, and not to steal any thunder, and I'm not trying to take this away from Damaris or the judge, but the truth is we have a backlog that numbers nearly 2,000 cases. And it's a fluctuating backlog, and there's a report that's attached to your memo here. And right now, it's at 1,524. It's been higher, it's been lower, but it generally hovers around that 1,500, 1,800 case backlog. Now, one of the things that I have learned in working through this process from the judge and Damaris is that we have been told, we meaning the Municipal Court of Franklin, have been told from the assignment judge for the vicinage through the chief municipal judge that we need to deal with our backlog. And a rather aggressive number of 25% reduction in this backlog by July of this year is the number that was given to our court to make an effort to reduce this backlog. And there is really, in my opinion, and having some experience with municipal courts over the last few years, we need to get people into court, and we need to process these on the administrative end to try to clear some of this backlog. The more significant number in the backlog are those that have not been adjudicated. Certainly the backlog of paying fines is a smaller number, a smaller portion of this process. But that is the case, and Council, Deputy Mayor, I can see you have a question for me, so I'm going to stop talking right now.
Deputy Mayor Regan?
I actually don't have a question for you in particular. Judge Damaris, you should be very thankful to Mr. Vornlacher for his intercession on your behalf at the last financial oversight. At the first financial oversight committee where we asked you to give us some data, because in essence, I'm going to put this kind of in legal terms, you came in and pleaded not guilty. You just said, I'm not guilty. Believe me, there wasn't a lot of, if you were trying to make a case for yourself, that wasn't done very well. And then we asked for some specific data that we still actually haven't gotten. But Mr. Vornlacher met and did some manipulation or massage that data to put it in language we could understand. I truly believe that you do need more help there. But if I went on the guidelines and the rules I personally was following for everybody else, I probably would deny this access for this additional request. Because I still like this new person that's going to come. When will they, how many additional calls will decrease per day? How will this person reduce the backlog? How long will it take?
Well, it's hard to say because, I mean, we do get, and we're getting high volume of tickets right now. We're hiring more officers, we're getting more tickets, and our main problem is our court follow-up. That's where it is because we're trying to keep up with the daily operations, that it takes us a little time to get to the cases that we need to focus on to reschedule, because we have back-to-back court sessions, pretty much. You can say Thursday is pretty much a day that we can't do any work but court, so it delays, it causes a lot of delay in getting to where we need to get.
Yeah, I understand. So, as I said in the financial oversight, like, you know, this kind of like is in some ways an engineering and mathematical issue. You have X amount in the backlog, X amount goes into the backlog, you get X amount taken care of, the backlog continues to build. So, in theory, you put somebody on it, that's how you reduce the backlog. That's a plan to attack it.
Yeah.
My sense in my gut is that you're going to be back here next year, as you were for the last couple of years. I've heard it, and you're saying you need people, and you're still going to need people next year. I personally don't believe one half-time person, addition of a half-time person is going to do what you need it to do.
It's not,
And so, I beg of you to put together a plan that takes this data here and says, this is how I'm going to attack my backlog, because that's what I would like to see. You can shake your head, but, you know, ultimately, that's what we need. Now, I will go on the recommendation of our township manager and support the request, but I want to, you know, make it very clear that next year, when you need someone, we need to see a better detailed plan. I asked for that last year. I made those comments that I was not overly impressed with the presentation and the need. And again, I am not arguing, and I'm not disagreeing with you that you need more people. It's just that, again, if you're sitting up here, you know, Judge, you would understand this, as a judge, like listening to the data, you're making your case. The person may actually not guilty, but you can't just go with your heart or what you believe, like, you've got to show data. It's a requirement we have of all our department heads to do it. They get asked, they get drilled. And, you know, again, I'm going to stop, but, so I'm going to go along with Mr. Vornlacher and support this. But I do want to make it very clear that we need to see a much better reporting mechanism and how this backlog is going to be reduced.
If I could just interject for 1 second, I think that what the deputy mayor said is exactly what I am hoping that can get accomplished over the next 12 months if we go ahead with this plan. And that is what we need to do, and the way I'm looking at this is, what we need to do is we need to reevaluate the responsibilities of the people within the municipal court office so that we can better utilize the people that we have, and we can use this part-time position to fill a void that I think definitely exists. And one of those things, and Damaris and the judge and I have talked about this, but this is more of a thing for Damaris than it is for the judge, is that we have a significant overtime budget for this particular department because we have night court and we have full-time employees that incur overtime when they're assigned to the night court. What we can do with the addition of 5 hours of pay, 5 hours a week to the existing part-time employee, and the addition of another 25 hours of part-time employment to go along with that, is rather than utilizing all full-time employees for the night court, we can certainly begin to institute part-time employees in the night court to reduce our overtime costs. I think there's a lot of things that can be done, and you're absolutely right. And this is something that now I can work with the mayors to try to come up with a plan for the administrative functions of this office. You have a presiding judge who's sitting at this table who is responsible for the judicial aspect of this. And that is a huge part of this backlog, is the judicial aspect of it. And I am certainly not going to tell our judge how to be a judge, all right? What I can do is work with the mayors on the administrative functions, which is a key part of this, and also to address the customer service aspect of this, which is we need to be more accessible to those customers, be they defendants, lawyers, doesn't matter who they are. The plaintiffs in certain matters, there's witnesses, there's a myriad of people who deal with our municipal court on a daily basis, and we need to be better at it. And so that's my responsibility to do what I can do to help this department become better at that. So I guess in a year, I'll be just as much on the hook as anybody else. We have to work at this. If this moves forward with the addition of personnel, we need to come up with a better plan than what's in place now.
Okay, Councilman Vasnella.
I'm sorry, it's Councilman Prasad.
Yeah.
Then Councilman Chase.
Purely as a businessman, backlog, obviously it'll keep going up and cases will keep increasing, but we have to keep taking a bite out of it. But this should be a self-funding operation in the sense that if you add more staff, you can handle more cases, probably get more revenues.
I don't know that we want to go down that road, Councilman. I think that's probably not someplace that we want to visit, and we certainly don't want to look at the revenue aspect of this.
No, I'm just saying, the more cases you process,
this is where we have to separate the executive branch from the judicial branch of government, and we are the executive branch in discussing this budget aspect. But what I will tell you is that the court really has zero control over cases that are brought to the court. On Thursday, if you want to talk to the chief of police about increased enforcement, that would certainly be an appropriate conversation. But just to put numbers out there, in 2012, the police department was just over 6,000 summonses, and in 2013, they're up around the 9,000 number. So there has been a market increase in activity on the part of our police department, and there's that corresponding increase in activity for the municipal court, just based on a case-by-case, not having anything to do with revenue, just having to do with the number of cases being brought before the court has certainly increased in a pretty dramatic way over the last year or so.
But there's one thing that we haven't talked about, that's the additional session, court session, special session we're asking for to deal with the backlog. Which is something we need to address.
As part of the plan, and what's in that letter that the Maris has put forward to you, is the proposal to increase our court sessions by one a month. And the plan is that not just to increase our court sessions, but that session be a special session that focuses solely on the backlog. And that, a 3 to 5 hour court session would have a significant impact on that backlog. And while it might not have a 25% in 5 months impact, I hope it does, to try to get this number down. There are a number of variables when it comes to dealing with backlogs, and some of them are beyond our control. When the case goes to FTA, which means failure to appear, and when it goes to warrant status, that case is in our backlog, but the truth is, until that person gets arrested or turns himself in, there's not a whole lot we can do about that. So there's always going to be those cases. I can recall years ago that I had someone come forward after 8 years on a red light ticket. It happens, all right, that things last for many, many years in the system. But the additional court session, I don't know how you move cases through the judicial system without putting people in front of the judge in a courtroom. That means if we have this backlog, we need to increase the amount of time that court sessions are available. So that was the second part of this equation.
Councilman Vasnella?
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, we done?
I'm done.
No, I would support whatever I leave it to your discretion and your judgment. So whatever you come up with, we will support it. But the fact remains, just as delayed is just as denied. And, if we've got a backlog, we've got a problem. Both my grandfathers one was a lawyer and one was a judge, lifelong judge. So, it's something that is near and dear to my heart. And anything we can do to support you, besides, other than coming in here for permits and stuff like that, the courts is the only other place that people really interact with the township, and we have to give them a good, pleasant experience of it.
That's right.
So,
You're right.
The township reputation is riding on it, so we've got to do a better job of that. And whatever we can do to streamline the process, if it's computerization and, having people getting streamlined inputs, whatever happens in court, the clerk outside has automatically got whatever is needed, and you don't have to wait to know what happened in the court, and the fine or whatever disposition is there, then that's done and taken care of. So that may be something worth looking at.
Well, and to be honest, and not to speak for Damaris or the judge here, but obviously our municipal court is governed ultimately by the administrative offices of the court, and it is part of the state court system, although it's a municipal court. And we have very, very, very little say in what can or cannot be done as far as processing of cases in the court system. This is a hierarchy that it goes all the way up to the Supreme Court and filters down to the lowest level at municipal court. So there are some tools, and Damaris and I have discussed some of them that would benefit not only the police department, but the municipal court, as far as handheld ticket writers that automatically dump data into the system, and those are things that we'll look at for possible capital projects in 2015.
Okay, Councilman Basnella and Councilman Shay.
Okay, I have a handful of questions here, and if there's simple answers, but you don't have to go, you could just say yes, no, or maybe. First of all, this isn't really a question, but a suggestion based on the comments I'm hearing and from completely tonight. Maybe the administration committee could, or whatever the manager thinks appropriate committee, do a review of what sounds like a plan without a lot of real specific details, but going forward, maybe we can do a mid-year.
No.
No.
Unfortunately, no.
Okay.
And to be honest, just
You can't.
because, again, due to this, we have to keep
Administrative
separate the
office of the
judicial and
court.
executive.
The
The judge doesn't answer to us, the judge answers to a higher judge.
I didn't mean to judge.
We're not trying to be, and I'm sorry to interrupt you, we're not trying to be evasive or not answering, but there's certain levels, for instance, like some of the things that Mr. Regan requires, we may not be able to necessarily provide to you in the numbers that you're looking for, because certain things stay within the purview of the municipal court and its hierarchy. So I just wanted you to let you know.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about the judge, I was talking about our court administrator being able to confer with our manager. If that's not legal, then it's not legal, as far as how the backlog and stuff like that's going. But, okay, so that's fine, I'm just moving right along. Also included in the cases, processing, backlog, et cetera, is all zoning issues, correct?
Zoning, health department.
Zoning, health, so just to make sure, I imagine the bulk of them are police-related, but
You
there's
can see your
also,
report.
everything's under one umbrella.
If you see the
You know,
in that report, no, I'm saying, you have those numbers in front of you right now. And the very far right column is those things that are municipal court ordinances.
One thing I'm wondering, and again, if it's illegal, tell me you're not allowed to do it, but we have a well-qualified IT consultant that's been around the last several years, and I know, talking about a lot of different ways to streamline the operations. Is she part, or anything she's doing, or our IT department
think so.
interconnect at all with ways to simply streamline the
They
operation?
sit- All of the IT functions of our court are governed by the state of New Jersey. They operate on a completely different network. They operate on the AOC's computer system, so we have absolutely nothing to do with the systems within which the court operates.
So no recommendations can be even considered?
Well, it's the state of New Jersey. I mean, so We can make a recommendation to the state of New Jersey. I don't know that they'd
All
be
right,
very.
and now this is something that I hope we have control over, since it's our building. It could just be my bad luck, but the handful of times I've had either ELS meeting or other committees I serve on, it just is overflowing with people, lines aren't well delineated. No one's fault at all, but it seems like a mess as far as to run something effectively or smoothly. Have we looked at, and if we haven't, can we look at, starting from scratch, any ways that may make that more efficient?
Well, it's very hard because we do try to schedule the cases, and we try to take not guilty pleas over the phone so we can manage our scheduling, but a lot of people will just appear without calling. They just appear and they check in, and it does cause us a lot of confusion because we don't have the files in court. So they'll sit in court for the roll call, and then we have to send them out to check in. So, you know, we have little control of how people will respond to their tickets or complaints. And then the volume, the issue of the volume.
Okay, so it sounds like there's some things we may be able to help effectuate some streamline, and others that we just legally can't get into. But the session is one of the main things, that if we go to another session, some of these.
We're only going to concentrate on the backlog, not first appearances or
Right.
current matters.
And just curiously, that failure to appear, understanding that although that's lumped in, it's not really fair to look at that as something to try to put into your goals of moving along. What is the approximate breakout? Is it going to where that's much higher percentage or less percentage of the,
It's a high
backlog?
percentage because we issue a failure to appear notice, which is giving them a second court date to respond by, and some of them will respond, pay the penalty if it's a payable ticket, but a lot of them will ignore. And we received a directive that they don't want us to issue warrants on every case, like a parking ticket or a failure to inspect ticket. They want us to move away from that, but at the same token, that will create backlog. Once we put it into a warrant status, or it goes into a closed status, the clock stops ticking, so the backlog won't go as higher.
Okay. Well, one last question, I guess maybe Ms. Verlocker. In general, in layman's terms, is the report card we're getting from the county review, whatever you want to call it, over the last few years, I'm just going back in memory to one point, maybe 3 or 4 years ago, where it was not very good. Is it getting better or worse or staying the same? In just a general opinion, and I'm calling it the report card, they do review, they do it for court
I
system.
won't necessarily call it a report card as much as, just the numbers themselves. Our backlog is not disappearing, and therefore that means that we're staying the same.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Chase?
Yeah.
And then Councilman Wright?
If you, with this additional part-time employee, how would you use them? Would you have them present all the time that the courts are in session? So essentially to handle things that are not getting handled right now because you're all busy as bees already?
Well, the plan that I have is to cross-train this part-time person, but I'm going to reassign some of the duties to the existing staff that I have. So this way, if, for example, in the summer when people are on vacation, that creates a lot of backlog because we certainly can't get to everything that one person does. We try to do all the priority and get that done. So my plan is to train that person to cover court, sit in court. So if there's 2 of us out in the office, or 3 of us, one is going to do the window to collect the payments and do the process of the time payments. One will enter the dispositions, and then another person is free to start working on the court cleanup, because that's where our problem is trying to catch up with the court cleanup, the follow-up.
Meanwhile, somebody has to answer the phone and deal with the front window. And now, I was just thinking, you figure out what can that new person most effectively do right away, and then as you go along, cross-train. I think this is really in response to what Deputy Mayor Regan was saying, you don't know until you try it how much the backlog will go down in a year. I mean, there's just no way of calculating that from existing data.
Yes.
I'd say if the backlog goes down 50% in a year, it's a success, and you probably don't need another person. If the backlog goes down 10% in the year, very likely you need another person, and that's a judgment we'll have to make at that time. And even with some indication like that, it's hard to know exactly how the added person will decrease the backlog. And as pointed out, some of the failures to appear are, you can't deal with them that way. If they don't appear, they don't appear. And we're not necessarily getting more revenue because presumably most people pay in the end, except Dominic DeFlorio. But
The problem
we
is,
need to be able to handle cases faster, and then we'll get the payment
I
faster.
want to wrap this up.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Wright?
I just want to say I want to thank Dr. Chase because he said exactly what I was going to say. I'd like to thank Councilman Regan because he also, Deputy Mayor Regan, because he also went down the same road. So to Ms. Santiago, I did pronounce that right?
yes.
If you can just come back to us and say, hey, to the Finance Committee meeting, this is the way I rolled it out, this is what I need to do, we'll be happy campers. Thank you and have a great evening.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Councilman Kramer, please.
Just one comment to the judge. I've never seen a judge come here before. It shows how much heart you have for your court, how much you care, and if you ever go watch her in session, you'll see that come out then, too. So thank you very much.
I have nothing. I'm wrapping up. I'm done.
And I'd just like to make a note that the judge is on her way to Perth Amboy, where she's about to be named presiding municipal court judge in Perth Amboy as well, so a little congratulations to her tonight.
Congratulations.
She came here instead of going there, so thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, and our regards to Mayor Diaz there, she said. Your Honor, Ms. Santiago, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so next we come to 5D, purchasing, for our purchasing administrator.
Page 25.
Joyce Miller, on page 25.
Joyce doesn't have a backlog, just in case anyone wondered.
Everything is all bought up.
She's all up to date.
Councilman Kramer wants to cut my department in half, and I could use a diet, maybe. Maybe that's what he's telling me. So, good evening.
Good
There's-
evening.
Hi.
There's not much to say about this budget,
25.
other than
25.
Page 25.
90% of the budget is based on what other departments need. I guess. Try to make the best guess that you can. How much paper is being used, how much postage they're going to use, how many receipt books, you know what I'm saying? You get what I mean. That's 90% of it. If you take a look at the summary of the budget, you're going to see that the numbers went down for a very simple reason. We had a small copier here in this building. Animal Control had a broken copier. We moved it over there, and so we put it in their budget. We have two big copiers here, one which you all see in the repro room, the other one tucked away in construction. Rather than the construction coming out of the purchasing budget, general services, let Vince Lupo take care of it out of his budget. Okay? The only other change is a switch from other contractual for shipping, putting it into postage and express. That's if I have to send out a bid package, et cetera, that's not paid for if there's something like that. Professional association dues were up only because they offered me a one-time lifetime certification since I've been certified for so many years, national certification, I took it. So that's it. If you have any questions, be happy to answer them.
Okay, Councilman Chase.
This is small, but I see that for postage, last year, 60,000 was budgeted and 65,000 was spent, but still 60,200 only is budgeted this year, and 200 was added by the manager at that. And how are you going to hold down the postage?
We actually, if you notice, it was an actual on February 25th, 2014.
Okay, so that includes some of this
Finance.
year.
Kathy had a little extra money. You know it's going to be used. It was put in there. Hopefully that 60,000 will work.
So you took $15,000 out because you're assuming the clean community grants will be sufficient for us, for the newsletter?
That was done last year. It was put into the manager's contingency fund. It was originally in my budget, just in case, and then it was just left there because we haven't had to touch it, but it went into the manager's budget, contingency.
We tried to get away from individual departments having some sort of contingency for things just like that. You know, and certainly we'll talk about my budget on Thursday, but my budget is pretty straightforward. It's primarily the contingency for the township. And we used a relatively small amount of that in 2013. So there's certainly a sufficient amount of money there should the Clean Communities grant not be available. However, it came through, I think, already, so we're good for this year.
Okay, good. Okay.
I do have a question on the newsletter. We cut it back from 4 to 3.
Yes.
Are we managing okay with the 3?
You know, I spoke to Alice, and I believe she's here, right? Yeah, she's here. Many years ago, it switched from Recreation having their own newsletter to being incorporated into the township's newsletter, and that's when it went to the 4. We cut it down to 3, and I asked Alice, I said, you know, you're the main driver here of this newsletter. How does the 3 work? It's working. If there would be a need for 4, I certainly would have, you know, we'll let you know.
Good. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilman Wright?
Ms. Miller, as a one-person department, you are excellent. Thank you very much.
You're very Thank you.
Okay,
I
Council-
appreciate you saying that.
And great with the Cable TV Committee, too.
You're very kind. Thank you very much.
Councilman Prasad?
You're doing an excellent job, and please keep up the good work.
Thank you very
Great.
much.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate it.
Anything else from Ms. Miller?
Just a quick question, Mayor. And I don't know if this is, maybe Anne Marie would know more or less about it, but where is the initiative to have it legal for us to do all of our postings, ordinances, I don't know if contracts, but to do everything electronically as opposed to mandatory postings in the newspaper? Again, I don't know if that comes aboard in the clerk, but
That's me.
that's been bumped around Trenton for a few years.
It's been bumped around, but the newspapers are a tough lobby, and they're not giving up their legal ads, because that's
Little
one of the
that-
last things they've got to
Make
keep
money
their
on.
papers going.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to open that debate, I was just, I'm sure there's opinions on that, but right now, nothing's in sight for
Nothing's
that.
moving.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Other from Ms. Miller?
Thank you, Ms. Miller.
Hey, thank you very much. Nice to see you again. Okay, so next, we have 5E, Parks and Recreation. Alice Osipowitz, our Parks and Recreation Director, and page 385. 385. page
385.
number.
I'm going to lead you in here. I just want to kind of lead Alice into this. Last year, for last year's budget, there was a tremendous amount of discussion about one specific program, and that was the Naaman Williams Park Pool. And that was the funding of the pool and how we would fund the pool. So When I started to look at this year's budget, Alice and I had several meetings, and I have also had some discussions with our township attorney and with our township financial consultant as to the ways that we could fund that particular program, and to be perfectly honest, how we use funds for other types of programs that the township runs through our recreation department. We have a balance in our recreation trust. The recreation trust is something that was set up specifically for fee-based programs. And as you're all aware, our pool and the program, the public program run at the pool, was not a fee-based program. It was free to all who wanted to attend. The definition of a fee-based program is very simple. If we charge a fee, and while we can certainly have the opportunity to offer fee waivers for those in need, if we charge a fee for this program, that program can be funded from the Recreation Trust. A big portion of the costs associated with the pool in this year's budget, and you can look through it later, are being moved to the trust on a recommendation for fee structure that I'll allow Alice to get into as part of the Rec Council's recommendations for the fees to be associated with the pool. They're nominal fees, and there are a number of opportunities for waivers. I've also had a conversation with Alice in reference to fee waivers for other programs. Not all of our programs, some of them are not really conducive to fee waivers, but many are, and we need to begin to address those issues with our residents who would benefit greatly from many of the programs we have, but just simply can't afford them. And I think that it's time that we begin to look at those programs as a need in certain cases, and we can make those programs available. I think it's nothing but a good thing. As a result of a lot of these reassignment of costs, one of the things that also really came to light that is necessary in the Recreation Department is the need for a full-time administrative position. There is no full-time clerical position. We have been juggling part-times and seasonals in that office for several years now. Going back to about 2007. She's going to go back further. She's saying it's been 18 years. We need to bring some continuity and stability to the office as a whole, and rather than have department head and deputy department head performing clerical functions in the absence of a full-time clerical position, I need the deputy and the director to run programs and run the recreation department, and not be the one who's actually, getting at the computer and doing a requisition for paper clips, and I'm obviously not to that extreme, but we need to centralize the administrative functions in the recreation department under one person. The cost savings associated with moving programs to the trust and reassigning part-time positions to fee-based programs solely where they can be funded out of the trust means, I think it was at about a 50 total? Yeah. Well, it was for just the one program alone, moving the $35,000 for the pool, moving that, so that moves out of both salary budget and OE budget.
And then an additional 20,000.
So I was right, 55. See, I thought so. Now, there's a total decrease of about $55,000, so the move of one part-time position to a full-time position is more than covered by that restructuring of how we fund the recreation department. So I don't know if you've had an opportunity to look through some of what Alice has provided for you, but I'll let her take it from here.
Okay. Essentially, the Recreation Department has really benefited from the creation of that Recreation Trust, and I think over the last 10 years, we've been working from a very strict principle of money coming in for a particular program goes out for that program. So over the years, and since its inception, some of the programs have generated more revenue than anticipated, and it's giving us this flexibility to do, make some of the changes. Essentially, as Bob indicated, that the trust is there for the operation of the program. So it can't be used for full-time staff, it can't be used for capital expense, it can't be used for maintenance. So essentially, we're looking at, if there is a program that hadn't been previously, where we hadn't charged a fee, if we want to incorporate it in the trust, we do need to look at that. So, in discussing the Williams Park pool, I did go back to the Recreation Advisory Council to talk to them about it and what they felt might be reasonable and palatable to do. So in our discussion, the recommendation was a $10 per person fee for the entire season for the 8 weeks, and then if there was more than one person, look at a family rate of $25 per person. I mean, it's starting out at a reasonable level. We'd also be able to offer either a reduced rate or a fee waiver, depending on individuals' income guidelines. We work, so essentially, as Bob said, that was $35,000 reduction there by being able to include that in the Recreation Trust. We also looked at, since we have sufficient revenue there, to be allowed to not only offer a fee waiver for the Williams Park pool, but to do it for most of our other programs. I can't do it for one of our larger summer camp programs where it's like a full-day camp, but the rest of the programs in the summer and throughout the year, we would certainly make that information available to the public. So it's not something new where the fee waiver process. We have done it most recently in the past summers actually in past years we were offering them for basically all of our programs. In the past year it's really just been the summer camps, the summer playgrounds at Inman Park, Williams Park, and Dunham-Levitt. The way that we operate that is essentially if a family is receiving Section 8 rent subsidy, aid to family with dependent children, and a food subsidy, Social Security payments, they're automatically eligible for a fee waiver if they can provide that type of documentation. If not, it's basically income-based and they need to provide income verification. We have been able to streamline that process with the support and working relationship with the Housing Authority and with RPM Management, who, since essentially they maintain some of those income records, if someone goes to either one of those agencies with our registration form, that agency will sign it, and it's an automatic acceptance on our part. Additionally, with the Recreation Trust, we feel that we can offer some additional programs besides some additional programs where maybe right up front we're not going to be able to bring in enough revenue to make them run, but we have enough money there to help subsidize those programs. And then, as Bob said, we are hoping that you would consider the administrative assistant position. And fortunately, by making the adjustments where we're charging some of our program expenses, it does allow us to do it without an impact on the budget. I think over the years, we've tried to do our absolute best with seasonal part-time, and we have, I think, managed relatively well. There were times where people were working more hours than like a part-time position, and where we had some more stability, but trying to keep strict with someone not working more than 25 hours a week. The transition of people in and out just really does affect our continuity of getting things done in the office. I think we've really, our activities and our facilities have expanded over the years. The activity in the community center has really increased in, I'm going to say, at least the last 5 years. And we deal with a number of grants, and just the magnitude of the paperwork that's involved with the grants is really added to our workload, in addition to we've been taking on like additional work with having processing background checks and drug tests and hire and rehire paperwork, the payroll systems, purchasing and payment requirements in the township website. Some of those areas there, I mean, a lot of the work really has ended up on some of our full-time staff, which takes, requires a lot more time than we anticipated doing, and it's really not something that you want to have your seasonal or part-time people handling because of the confidential nature. So we really, that's one of our other reasons for looking to have a full-time position.
So I have a question.
Sure.
So if we looked at a part-time position and not make that a seasonal part-time, but have that person be part-time all year long, would that meet your need? And the reason why I'm asking, we beat the hell out of the court administrator for a part-time position, where clearly we all know that there are a lot of, there's a heavy volume over there. So I'm also seeing in here that we're saying that we're transferring the program expenses to the Recreation Trust Fund. I'm not really sure that I understand how we're justified offsetting that expense from our trust fund. So my question is, would a part-time position suffice for administrative? Not making it seasonal.
No, it might.
Just a part-time administrative position.
In my opinion, no. We're currently staffed with 3 part-time and that have been funded either through the township or through the trust as seasonal employees. All right. In this particular budget, I think what we did, which was what was needed to be done, was we made them permanent part-time employees. And those permanent part-time employees, whether they be funded from the trust or they be funded from the regular salary budget, will serve a purpose. And we're moving a tremendous amount of administrative work through that office with part-time employees, and not to say that these part-time employees aren't good, but there needs to be some central point. There's a tremendous amount of work that dealing with the finance department, with general filing, with just general office work that needs to be done by someone, in my opinion, that it's just a centralized position. Right now, it's catch as catch can. If this part-time employee is in for 5 hours this week and 20 hours the next week, there's an issue as far as that. There's the continuity of job functions where it's spread out among part-time employees that it really shouldn't be.
It doesn't make sense to me why that functionality is in the Recreation Department.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Why that job responsibility is part of the Recreation Department.
Well, there's a tremendous amount of administrative paperwork gets generated. We're talking about thousands of applications for programs. The number served is great, and this gets spread out among many people. There's no continuity at all, and in this particular case, in talking with Alice about the desire here to have one person perform the basic administrative functions of an office and have the part-time employees handle those functions that a part-time employee can handle, registration of people for programs. There's people come up to the window, I want to register for this, I want to register for that. That pulls away from the administrative function, and now they're dealing with that.
You're going to take that money out of the trust fund to pay for that?
No. The money has been moved from the regular budget for certain programs into the trust. That frees up the money that was in this budget to fund the part-time converted to full-time position. And still show a reduction in the overall budget of the Recreation Department.
Okay.
I'd like to, I'd like to just test a little bit.
I just had one clarification point. I'll take you 2 seconds. Excuse me. Basically, we had the trust fund, we weren't using it. We were taking in about $40,000 a year in the trust fund, and this is spending about $40,000.
That's correct.
So if you're going to have a trust fund, you might as well use it. It makes no sense, and we're just basically turning that money around. So that's what convinced, in my mind, the financial oversight. Excuse me, Councilwoman.
No, that's fine.
ahead.
I think the issue here is that when it comes to the court system, it becomes very visible when there is a backlog, and the fact that another person is needed to keep it moving. Alice suffers from the situation of doing too good a job, and her staff is very dedicated, and they work long hours to keep things moving. And in the summer, when all of these children come to apply for their programs and the parents are there, it's massive. What they do is absolutely massive, and they have managed through stretching themselves to the point where they're pretty taut at this point, stretched pretty far. And it's very important that they be supported, because what they bring to this community is a warmth and an outreach, an inclusion that doesn't come from any other department, and they do it very, very well, and they do it without asking for a lot of recognition. And I think the fact that it is not a statistic that someone at a higher level is saying you need to do something, it's easy to overlook, and I suggest that we support this request.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Chase, and then Councilman Wright.
Well, I'm just remembering that we just had a recreation needs study, and it said we were spending half what a typical community like ours spends on recreation. So I certainly support this request for an administrative assistant, particularly since you've managed to do it without added expense to the township. I do have a question about this fee for the use of the pool, and of course, I have a feeling, oh God, when Johnny Tibbs hears this. But $10 a season is not much. However, how are you going to check that people have paid it? What is the mechanism for, somebody will have to check the people as they come in, even if they have a badge attached to their swimsuit.
Well, last year, our system was either registering through the office or on site, and everyone was issued a badge. So essentially, Bob and I have talked about it. We're going to have to do a couple of outreach sessions to make it convenient for people to try to register in advance. But we had someone at the gate the whole season, and people had to come, sign in, show their badge, sign in and out on a daily basis.
A large percentage of the residents of Parkside who are utilizing the pool, that would be the biggest percentage of users, or the people who come from the immediate area in the apartment, well, now townhouses surrounding the park, automatically qualify for a fee waiver, and they just simply would need to register. And what Alice and I have talked about is using the community room and Parkside to have registration nights, registration days, whatever it is in the months leading up to the pool season. As far as the eligibility for fee waiver, it's a fairly standard formula that people would be familiar with, the reduced and free lunches in schools. That's generally the best way to explain. If you're eligible for a reduced or free lunch in school, you're generally, this is the same formula that would be used for the fee waivers that we're discussing as far as the park, pool, as well as other programs that people would be eligible for.
Councilman Wright?
Mrs. Sipowicz, thank you very much. Your presentation was outstanding, and we do need to follow those comments about adding that full-time person. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Vasnella, then Councilman
Yeah.
Todd.
So whether for this department or others, I appreciate all the work everybody does, but my feeling is that we need to be doing our duty and going through every aspect of this. So please don't take it, or any other department. It's great to pat everybody on the back, but a budget hearing is to look at everything.
Right.
So that in mind, has our online payment, or what I heard was our approach to going online with any of this, is that implemented to what degree, and where does that stand, and what kind of savings could that help administratively?
So it's just been purchased, so we're hoping to get it installed. I don't know whether it's going to be operational for the summer season, but it will be this year.
Okay, because to me,
again, it's not about not funding the programs. We're supposed to have been and continue to be in the midst of transforming our town to, let's say, a more modernized approach.
It will help tremendously.
Okay. And where do you take all the payments? Is it all at your department, or will any of these be able to be taken by what we hope to be our one-stop shopping for payments in this building here?
Generally, no, the plan is not for recreation payments. There's a registration process. It's not just drop off money and get a receipt.
I
There's an
understand.
entire registration process, so the registration process will continue at the recreation.
So that will be included, that would be unique to, okay. Do we offer any discounts or anything for early registration to
Yes, it is incorporated.
deter the rush of?
We tried, it doesn't really help that much, but
Okay.
yes, we do. We give
And-
like I think it's May 31st for, their early registration rate, and then it goes up starting on June 1st.
And
But people tend to register.
No, I understand that. I just
We hope
didn't know if
everything-
that could be looked at as a way to help level off the flow.
We try.
So, not for needs-based, so to speak, people that would qualify for no fee, but Councilman Chase brought it up. I don't even know if $10 or someone could afford it for a season. That's what you usually pay to go for one swim at most other places. So I'm not trying to put some burden onto the people who can't afford it, but for the people who can't afford it, is it even worth the time of processing for $10? It just...
It's worth it because it makes it a fee-based program, Councilman.
But I mean, why wouldn't it be
If
a
it's
little
not a
higher
fee-
for those who could
Do you wanna
afford it?
see the consequences once more of the fee-based program?
Again, what I will tell you is that based on the information that we have on residency for the overwhelming majority of the users of this pool, the overwhelming majority will fall into either a reduced or completely fee-sponsored position. So the recommendation from the Recreation Council, who we form this council to make these types of recommendations, that's where the numbers came from.
Okay.
And do you want maybe once more, if it's fee-based, the advantages are?
That we can use the trust.
Right. No, I understand that part of it. So real quick, two quick questions. What exactly, maybe for people, it was thrown around, this trust fund, I believe I understand to some degree. Could you just tell us exactly how that trust fund is funded, so we all have clarity?
Through fees.
Recreation program.
So it's
fees.
only a built-up of fees. So the
That's it.
higher the fees, the more we build up that fund now. Okay. One last question. I don't know, by going through this list, there may be, but could you tell me if there's any programs at all that we have that is geared towards the needs of, recreational needs of either physically or developmentally handicapped people living, within the borders of Franklin?
I'm going to start.
Because that's an area, personally, I feel that we kind of been lagging, but there may be some stuff that I'm not aware of.
There are several programs, but I'm going to start just by saying that we just returned from the New Jersey Recreation and Parks Association, where our summer camp program that we ran in cooperation through a shared service with the Franklin Township Board of Education and their extended school year program just received the 2014 award for therapeutic and wellness programs for the state of New Jersey. So we have been doing programs, probably, I think, for the disabled population since 1980, I think, is when we started. And we're probably one of the few communities in the county that has really provided their own services for Franklin residents. But on this list, we have the therapeutic, it's the Harmony Club, which we receive the Recreational Opportunities Grant for Individuals with Disabilities, and that's been run on, it's been a Saturday program, and this year the focus is to do an inclusive program with that, so that's what we'll be doing. We also run the Play program, which is for preschool-age children, and that's a 3-season sport-based program with developmental skills for, sports skills for children. And I think those are our main programs. That summer camp involved approximately 150 rec campers and 90 students from the school district's extended school year program, which is for children in the special education program. So those students attended their camp in the morning, or their educational piece in the morning, and then camp in the afternoon was inclusive. We matched age level to age level, and they participated in regular activities in the afternoon.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilman Prasad?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I see you've added cricket clinics.
Well, we did. Well, hopefully we'll run them again. The numbers were a little low in the fall, but.
Was there enough publicity for it? Because there needs to be some publicity, and we can help publicize it through the Indian community if needed.
Okay.
But just get the word out to the cricket clubs and let them publicize it and get their kids in there.
Certainly.
And of course, the whole council could learn something about cricket too.
I don't want to learn.
Yeah, in Chennai. In Chennai.
Oh.
Yeah, but George Washington played the game, before baseball came along, and they,
Councilwoman Francois looks like she's ready to go out right now.
Yeah, right.
And look what it did to George Washington. Dead.
Even Barack Obama took lessons.
These are sports you're talking about, right?
Right, right.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Good point.
Thank you.
Councilman Wright?
He already spoke.
That's okay. As a member of the Recreation Advisory Committee, once again, Ms. Osipowicz's budget and what she wants to do is outstanding with the recommendations that we came up with. I think there's no problem with her budget whatsoever. She's definitely made a case for Neiman Williams Park Pool and for the other facilities that we have in town. I would ask that everyone just read what her budget looks like, as prepared by our esteemed clerk, Ms. Anne Marie, who put them together.
No, she didn't.
No, I would love to give Anne Marie credit, but I will tell you that Ms. Moody and I were here till about 10 o'clock on Friday putting them together, so I'm going to steal a little bit of that.
I'm sorry, I was trying to suck up. I'm sorry.
Well, you're in the wrong direction.
Yeah, you're sucking up the wrong way.
Thank you, Ms. Osipowicz.
I just want to make one point when you go ahead.
I just wanted to add something that I forgot to mention with Jim's question about our therapeutic rec program. What we also try to do is with any of our individual programs, if a child needs like a shadow or a buddy in a regular rec program, we try to provide that as well. So, the whole idea is to try to provide an inclusive situation, and we do our best to accommodate children with any type of ability in our recreation programs.
You may want to consider some kind of writing program supposed to be good for autistic people. So that kind of therapeutic thing, if you could get with some writing clubs around the area or something, Thanks.
Certainly look at that.
Yeah, I just want to say, I am a proponent of your program. I sit on the Youth Services Commission. I chair the Franklin Youth Initiative. I've implemented team recreation in Franklin Township, so I was not attacking you. I wanted to make sure I understood how we were going to pay for that position, and we weren't taking money out of the trust. Alice, I know you do more with very little, a lot with the little, so I commend you for all the work you and your staff do in that department.
Thank you. It is the entire team, the entire staff.
Yes, you and your staff.
And I just would comment, because I think that Councilman Vasanella said it earlier. I don't. That's the process that we're in right now. That's exactly what we should expect, is that you should ask questions about each individual budget as they're presented. So we certainly would expect that.
Thank you.
Just one question, and that is that we talked about using the field next to the library at one time with Ken Daly for a tennis ball cricket that they play. And that never went anywhere. So that may be something we want to consider.
Well, I've not heard that, but Here's the issue. I was going to say, I have not heard that that was a proposed use. However, this is what I will say. That particular property is not listed on our roster of open space and recreational properties. It is a municipal use property. The moment you begin to use it for recreational purposes, you then have now put that use in a different light, and if we were ever to want to use that property for a municipal purpose, we would have to deal with all the Green Acres regulations that accompany that. And that has been looked into. It is not on our roster right now, and I don't believe that at this particular time we want it there. It should not, and once you use it for recreational purposes, it becomes, by default, parkland.
In addition, I had looked at that for the soccer teams to practice on it. It is not ready for use. It would require...
It is not. The condition is, believe it or not, from the street, it looks fine, but it's go for hold, and it's not something that you would want to use for recreational purposes in its current condition. But
It was purchased with...
kind of digress. It was purchased
with regular town funds.
regular
not
town
open space.
funds. It was not
Right.
purchased with open space funds. It was purchased by Mr. Mendel, I believe we purchased it from, a long, long time ago.
No parking on 4th of July.
Right, exactly. So,
Okay, other question, oh, pardon me, Mr. Fornlocker. you
no,
have
I was turning it back over to you, Mayor.
one? Thanks. Anything else from Ms. Osipowitz?
I remember
Chase?
when that property was proposed for a small shopping center.
Oh, my goodness.
I think,
And that's why we bought it.
I think that was the impetus for the town to
And that's
start.
why we bought it, exactly. So,
Thank you, Al.
It's the Mandel property,
Anything
right?
Ms. Osipowitz, thank you very much, appreciate that. So now we
Can't
come
remember the
to
guy's name anymore.
item 5F, Open Space, Fran Varicali, our consultant and future graduate of Somerset, Leadership Somerset, there we go. And this is in tab 3.
oh, that's right, tab 3. They don't have, you can go right there. There's only 2 or 3 pages on tab 3. Here, have a microphone.
Good evening.
I'll just kind of segue in on this one. The open space budget is kind of a misnomer. It really is more of a spending plan. All of the open space budget is funded out of the Open Space Trust, which, as you're all aware, is funded by the open space tax. It's very specific in how these funds can be utilized. I know that Fran will go through the what we'll call the OE budget. There's also some salaries involved here. As you recall, last year, a decision was made to move the landscape budget out of our Public Works general operating budget and move it into the Open Space Trust, as it, all of that money is used to maintain our part of our open space roster to include our municipal parks. I know there was some concern about how that money would be spent. I think that in reviewing the expenditures out of that account in 2013, this was appropriate. It was under budget in that particular line. It was budgeted at $73,900, and the spending has been at $62,000, so it was not done with, it was done in a responsible manner, let's put it that way. But I'll let Fran discuss the operating budget for the open space properties and the open space trust this year, and then we can also talk about the bottom of this spreadsheet when she's done that deal with potential capital ordinances to carry further the plans that were done for both historic sites and our recreation needs assessment. So, Fran?
Sure. In 2013, in many of the line items, we were under budget. A couple of line items, we were over budget. One of the first ones being the salaries over time by about $10,000, and that was due to the Hurricane Sandy cleanup of all the open space properties. We had a lot of trees down on the properties, and we needed DPW to go out and clear those trails. So that's sort of why we were over budget in that line item. We were over in printing and signs. We decided to take out an ad in the Destination Somerset guidebook. I don't know if you're familiar with that. And we had a really nice, it was a nice full-page ad when we're really, Tiffany and I, the special projects manager, working towards doing some more eco-tourism heritage and trying to get Franklin Township's resources out there for the public to come in and spend the day here. So that was one of the items that we wanted to work on in 2013. I did increase the line item budget for 023 because we have some other projects we want to work on this year, one being historic signs.
And perhaps I'm going to interject here, because there's been a lot of discussion about signs, excuse me, about signs designating our various historic villages. As a result of some discussion at the Open Space Advisory Committee, an idea to put up signs on the approaches to the historic villages of Kingston, Griggstown, East Millstone. I believe that's it, actually.
Maybe Rocky Hill, we might do Rocky.
And there was some discussion about Little Rocky Hill, but the three primaries were Kingston, Griggstown, and East Millstone. So our special projects manager, working with Fran, came up with a sign, and that's not it on the screen, but I do have a picture of the sign. So they worked with Somerset County to design a sign, and it was
I actually have it with me.
that. And Fran has a prototype of the sign that she's going to show you. As you can see, this was a 30 by 36 sign to designate the historic village. The sign was made out of aluminum. The frame was made out of wood. That's basically what you're seeing right now as far as the sign is concerned. That size, right? And that would be the size of the sign. Okay, so that's the sign blank that it would be built on. You can see up on the screen what this sign would look like. This sign would cost $350 per sign. Okay, and could be installed by our Public Works Department. That was not met favorably by well, there would be two, generally speaking. I think East Millstone had three because of the two approaches of Amwell Road and the approach of Canal Road. So that one got three. I think there were two for Griggstown and two or three for Kingston.
Two-sided?
Two-sided. That sign was not met favorably by our Historic Preservation Commission. They objected to the use of a basic street sign blank, and so they proposed that we go with something more like this. Now, this is a sample. It is cast aluminum. Obviously, it would have the basic information that was on the previous sign. And the reason I bring this up at budget hearing is, as you heard, Fran has just said that there was a proposal to increase the printing and signs line. This sign, but we'll just go rough, about $2,500 a piece.
It's a little larger, it's 42.
It's a little bit bigger. But
cast
these are about $2,500 a piece. You can see there's the estimate, so it's $2,059 plus $300 plus $207. So for argument's sake, we'll say 25 and change. A significantly higher number. I guess the question is, does council really want to budget for these signs at this particular point? Historic Preservation has objected to the installation of the top sign, this sign that's on the screen. I have my own reservations of $2,500 per sign times 8. So we're talking about $20,000 for signs that would, announce the approach to a historic village. These are villages that are in fact on the historic register, but they would be similar in style to the signs that were installed by Somerset County when the realignment of South Middlebush Road took place, and you see those signs on Amwell Road and South Middlebush Road on the approach to the limits of that historic village.
No, it doesn't look like that. It looks, it's got the stone base with the black pole, and then like the horse and carriage at the top, the scroll work at the top. When you see it, you'll...
Is it the ones out here?
Yes,
Yeah.
right out front.
And what was the price on those? I'm sorry, I missed
They're
it.
about 2,500 to 3,000.
They're the ones that are 20.
But a lot of that was the base.
A lot of that was the base, but these signs, like I said, the ones that were being proposed as an alternative to these signs to be built by Somerset County, and the alternative was proposed by the Historic Preservation Commission, are, about $2,200 a piece more than what we were proposing.
As you observed, it's basically a spending plan. If we did not make the decision today, or next week or next month, could we revisit it?
Well, my thought is this, and I wanted to bring this up just as we put together this spending plan and move forward with it. My thought is this, that at that cost, you'd get another bite at this one anyway. At $2,500 a piece, and we're going to buy them in any number.
Right.
This is something that would be by resolution to go in front of council anyway. I kind of, before we move forward with this project as a whole, I kind of want to see where the council sat with it all, so that this was an opportune time, given the fact that we were including some dollars in the budget for it.
Councilman Prasad and Deputy Mayor Regan?
Yeah. Just a quick question. How long would this last compared to the other sign in terms of, would we be replacing this more often because it's a flimsier sign compared to
Well, I mean, it's
cast iron?
It's aluminum. It's not cast iron. One is cast aluminum, and one is aluminum blank with vinyl on
Okay.
it. So, how long would it have to be replaced? I mean, certainly, how long does a street sign last? 10, 15 years? At a replacement of that cost, $350, if it was replaced every 10 years, it would take a long time for us to get to $2,500.
Right. No, I'm just saying,
Just has a
purely
little-
from a cost-benefit point of view, in terms of replacement, et cetera. If you're going to do this, then you might as well, if it's going to be replaced either way in 5 to 10 years, then we're better off going with the cheaper alternative.
Well, this is again where there's the objection of the Historic Preservation Commission over that sign. They don't feel that that's an appropriate sign for the historic district, and that's why it was brought to them, they objected to it, they worked with an alternative, and the alternative was this 2,500 and change sign.
Deputy Mayor Regan?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So it's hard for me to justify a sign at $2,500 a piece when there's an alternative at $300. Now, if the Historical Preservation Group had a problem with this sign, and they came back and found a sign that was $600, I could possibly entertain it. And I'd give them, if they're listening now, go back to the drawing board. In my opinion, clearly there are many other council people, but in my opinion, $2,500 is too much to spend on a sign. It's really not justified spending of taxpayers' money. But if they did come with something that was more favorable, and that was maybe $500 or $600, I could entertain that. Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Others? Councilman Chase?
Well, I'm probably supposed to defend the position of the Historical Commission as the council liaison to them, but that doesn't really mean I have to. I'd rather put the money into repair of our historic buildings, which will be asking about.
I will make a note of that, and I guess it's not really my position to agree, but I agree. I think so I will just go on the record as agreeing with that statement. And I was at the Open Space Advisory Committee meeting when this was discussed, and I don't think that this was ever anticipated at that level to cost this kind of money. I think that as your manager, I would recommend that we just simply scrap the project at this particular point unless someone from the Historic Preservation Commission can come up with a much more affordable alternative. So.
Councilman Kramer?
Yeah, so I don't want to scrap the project. I want to move on with the project looking for a better alternative. I do think these signs are important, but I am agreeing with with Deputy Mayor Regan that we are looking forward to working with the Historic Commission at finding another alternative.
I'll give my opinion. I agree. I think what part of the great parts of the town are our the historic villages, the houses, the meadows, such as that. So I think to highlight it, and again, maybe not to this degree, there's probably a good idea to revisit it at some level in between, perhaps, to put the world on notice that this is a special place. I think that would be a good concept. And good use for open space funds, again, to put the world on notice. The degree is where you debate it. But again, not to scrap.
Total?
For me. Anyone else? Okay.
Yeah, I think I'd like to see
Councilwoman
signs too. And I think if you're going to put up a sign, it should be a nice sign. But I do think that cost is a little exorbitant.
Okay.
We'll continue to
Good
work.
feedback.
Mayor,
Councilman
not about the price, but I did have a question or suggestion. I don't know if this is going to ruffle feathers with the Historic Commission or anyone else, but I would imagine there's going to be things we want, places, monuments, whatever places that we may want to mark out as something, just off the top of my head, Marconi, this is where to say. I would imagine whatever we pick, we want to be reasonably priced and readily available because we'd want consistency throughout the town, with the villages being probably the most important in a certain way, but I could think of a whole bunch of stuff, as I'm sure you can, where it would be nice to have this town marked out. So we got to look at the bigger picture. I don't know if that came up before I walked in the room, but.
Well, and as it was, because of the specific nature of these historic villages being on the state and federal registers as historic villages, historic preservation takes a very hardline approach on what you should or should not do in those particular villages. We have a Historic Preservation Commission pretty much just for those historic villages and things that are done to buildings in those historic villages. That was the reason why we brought them, so that, that if it was met with their approval, then we could, certainly move forward with it, and we thought that this was a reasonable cost associated with these signs. They did not like them, and I will just leave it at that. We will certainly work to try to find something more affordable. We will lower the number on that line to a number that I think is more appropriate based on the conversation we're having here tonight. I think that, Deputy Mayor Regan's numbers are probably more in line with what I thought. So we will adjust that accordingly so that when you have an introduced budget, those numbers will be reflected here. That's why I wanted to talk about it tonight. Okay, moving on.
Go ahead. No.
You want me to keep going through all through lines. Building maintenance 024, we were over budget. This is due to emergency repairs to our historic homes that we didn't anticipate, so I did increase that line item from last year to hopefully cover any sort of other emergencies that come up this year. The next line item change was 039, general machinery parts. We were over budget. That line item, I increased it this year just in case we have more equipment that needs to be repaired. This was due from Hurricane Sandy. We had to replace the grinder machinery parts to help chop up the trees from Sandy, and that was township-wide and on open space properties. And I did also, I think that was the last one I changed. So those were really the only line changes that I had from last year.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Deputy Mayor Regan.
A question, I think, related to 024 or 026. So, and talk about ruffling feathers. I may get really in trouble for this. So, on the corner of Blackwell Mills and South Middlebush, there is a building.
There is. State owns it.
Oh, that's the state?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yep, State of New Jersey's owned, that's part of 6 Mile Run Reservoir.
Yes.
And that building, while it may seem unsightly, is one that the State of New Jersey has absolutely positively refused to do anything about.
Not that I consider it unsightly, and not that that's why I was bringing it up. I think it's a fine-looking building, considered the state-owned.
Oh, it's unsightly.
It's unsightly. I'll go on the record saying that.
Yeah, I mean, putting a row of pine trees in front of it, around it, or something, a big mulch bank, something.
I will tell you that I had a tremendous amount of difficulty getting the State of New Jersey to agree to pay for a sign on South Middlebush Road at their trail that goes across South Middlebush Road at 6 Mile Run, a sign costing $50, to which the state park superintendent told me they don't have any money in their budget for that. Not to dismiss, you're absolutely right, and that house has sat in that condition for many, many, many years.
Now, on Canal Road, down, was it Georgetown or Copper Mine at the bottom, there's the building that
It's
had
at Old
the blue-
Georgetown Road, those
the
belong
blue
to
top
us. Yep. they belong-
building. So what's our plan for them? Do we have a plan? Is there a thought of creating a
Yeah,
plan?
the thought is that we offer them for sale, and that
Okay.
which is, well, that is, I mean,
All right,
we put them out to bid for sale, accepting whatever that bid might be. But given the fact that the condition of the two buildings and the location that does not allow for any off-street parking whatsoever, and there is no on-street parking, obviously, the likelihood is it's anticipated that no one would bid for those properties. And then we would look to fund whatever it is. There is no plan that goes beyond that. The recommendation of the historic needs in the historic needs assessment was that we tried to do just that, sell them.
Sewage and water are also a problem there, and what has been discussed, and I think should be, and this is where I'll get shot, is I think the buildings should be torn down, and the foundations, which are the true historic part, be fixed up in whatever way with a nice plaque.
With a marker.
And there are people who are now going to
And a
shoot
sign,
me.
just not
Sign.
that type of sign.
And a $2,500 sign. There I might put a
There you might.
$2,500 sign, but I'm probably going to be shot for suggesting that.
Actually, following up on Councilman Kramer's question, because is there cost involved in keeping them from
Those two buildings, no.
deteriorating?
No, no. The tarps were purchased with a grant. The tarps were purchased with a grant. They have remained tarped, and the tarps remain in good condition, and there is absolutely no cost associated with those two buildings at all.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Chase?
As the nearest neighbor of those buildings, I am not going to shoot Councilman Kramer. In fact, what is suggested to essentially take them down, leaving some foundations, was suggested by the Trap Rock Quarry in about 1998. And the town agreed. In fact, then Mayor Joan Boccia was quite vocal about having them in favor of having them torn down. The Canal Commission said you can tear them down provided you do a historical study and you put up a sign, a marker about them giving some of the history, which the quarry refused to do. Subsequently, Ken Daly somehow funded the historic study. It's about this thick. I Xeroxed most of it, my historical side. And I may say, I think that at least the majority opinion on Old Georgetown Road is that they would prefer to have them torn down because they're unsightly. I'm sure the Historic Commission will have a conniption fit. Would the county, if we tear them down, will the county ask for its money back for the grant for the tarps?
They might. I know that in 1999, the Traffic Safety Bureau sergeant made a recommendation that the buildings come down because they were a sightline obstruction. And I'm absolutely 100% sure that he wrote a rather detailed memo to Mr. Daley at the time making that recommendation.
Yeah, had anyone that could write detailed stuff back then.
So they should come down, and so I'll be an enemy too among good friends.
You know, if we take them down and put on the plaques like Washington slept here and put them on eBay with a sign, I think we'll increase our chances of selling them.
The disposition of that, though, just to cut to the chase, the disposition of those properties as well as others, and what was recommended in the historic needs assessment, as well as the properties that we would like to use for other, put to use, I should say, put to use, are all part of some of the recommendations at the bottom of this spreadsheet, where we talk about a capital ordinance for historic. That capital ordinance for historic encompasses short-term work on a number of different historic buildings in the township, and where we go from here with properties like the Dunn House and the Studolph Gunther Farmstead and Tulip Wood and a number of others. That $318,700 is a potential capital ordinance to do the work that was identified in that study in this particular year. It also includes some of the funding that had been identified for work that should have been done last year. So it's a combination of the two. Our hope is that our special projects manager is working with our planner and with Fran to move those forward, and our Public Works Department has assigned someone to go out and begin the preliminary work to get cost estimates and RFPs and what's necessary to move forward with that. So once we have all of that work done, things like lead abatement needed to be done, testing for lead and things like that needed to be done to move these projects forward. That is underway. When we have costs that are more concrete, we can come to council with the request for those capital ordinances to move that forward. Likewise, the capital ordinance for recreation at $821,000. That is items that were identified for 2014 in the recreation needs assessment, and as recommended by the committee of staff members who put forward the 3-year plan beginning last year. So that includes all of the existing park improvements that were identified in that 3-year plan. We're in year 2 of that 3-year plan in 2014. The capital open space and farmland is the potential for acquisitions, and without going into any great detail, here there are several properties that are on the list to be acquired, and I think we've all talked about them at a number of different meetings, so there's no need to talk about them again now. So that is the basic open space spending plan. The final page of this is just a breakdown of that landscape maintenance budget that was moved to open space last year.
Okay, other questions for Ms. Varicalli? Councilman Chase?
Well, I'm very happy to see that proposed capital ordinance there, because, we have the evaluation of the township-owned historic buildings dating from 2012, and I don't know, I don't think very much of that has been done, and as you know, the longer you leave those things undone, the worse the situation gets, with the Kingston School being the most advanced example. And the other point, and this is just because the bureaucracy involved is beyond anything else that we have to do in the town, I guess. But I hope that we are also starting the process of, in the case of the houses at the end of Old Georgetown Road, at least formally offering them for sale under these conditions, with are doing only enough repair to keep them from falling down in the meantime. And for more seriously, divesting ourselves of the Dunn House, which I think would be something with real value that really I'd like to see being maintained and lived in by a private party, unless we, of course, as has often been suggested, by him making it the manager's residence.
I'm still open to that suggestion.
But anybody who's been in that house knows that it needs to have its electrical outlets increased by a factor of 3 or so.
It does.
Yeah.
Air conditioning wouldn't hurt it either, but that's just...
Yeah, in the age of global warming. So I hope that, knowing the state bureaucratic hoops that have to be jumped through to do these things, I hope we can start work on those.
And that's exactly what we've done. And that, so one of the foremen from Public Works was assigned, and unfortunately now with the weather it being what it has been over the last month and a half, and just the winter didn't slow this process down, but certainly the snowstorms did.
The Public Works has been otherwise occupied.
Just a tad bit occupied in January and February. We're going to hope for some slowdown on that, and we can get back in the swing of things. But going back to, I guess, about October, I had one person who was pretty much doing this full-time, going out and meeting with contractors, getting all the preliminary work done on this list of things that have been identified by Wayne McCabe in his report. So, that was my effort to work with Public Works, who would be the lead in this particular thing, to get that rolling. So hopefully, we can say this time next year that we've funded some of these repairs and we're moving forward with it.
Then one more thing that came out of the last meeting of the Land Use Committee was to start at least the planning, the engineering for the Arlington Avenue Park that is the first of the mini parks recommended in the Rec Needs Survey. I think, attention has been focused on Middlebush Park and is beginning to be focused on Catalpa, but I think I would at least put it to the council that we should not completely wait on these mini parks while we do the bigger parks, that we don't have such a narrow focus of attention that we can only look at one park at a time. We can at least start on the smaller parks.
My goal, if we get done with these budget hearings in 2 days, if we get done with them in 2 days, which is my goal here, we had originally scheduled a third budget hearing date of March 24th. Not to jump ahead, but if we can get these done in 2 days, on March 24th, I would like to continue to have that meeting on the calendar, and the discussion will be the final decisions on Catalpa, and we can certainly at that point, given its parks will be the agenda item, that we can discuss the pocket parks in the 4th and 5th wards. I believe that that's my goal, and we have this scheduled meeting already, and we need to make the final decisions on moving forward with Catalpa concept is done. So if we're all in agreement with that.
Let's move on.
Let's move on.
Yeah.
So we can get done with this meeting and the one on Thursday.
Hey, well, Deputy Mayor Regan?
Yes, I just want to say, Fran, last year I know I pushed you hard on your budget, a couple of things, but, now this year I want to say thank you very much. You came in very prepared budget, so I want to acknowledge your work and continue to encourage this. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
I appreciate your effort.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Ms. Marinelli, you have anything else for us?
I don't think so.
All right.
Thank
Thank
you.
you very much. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
So now we're on item 5G, Information Technology, IT. Justin Hyman, our IT Director, and that's on page 103.
So I want you to act like a pop-up box. Go away. Nothing personal.
So I will give a little bit of a lead in here, but when it comes, all right, so let me start this again. So the IT Director, in his budget request this year, has requested 2 part-time positions. 1, a help desk position, and 2, a GIS position. And while I can certainly operate a computer, this is one area where I would prefer to turn this over to the expert in the field, and he can certainly tell you why he needs those positions and what his OE budget means as it relates to these positions that he's requesting. So, Justin.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. So, pages 103 and 104 are really a reflection of the past year, and you can certainly all read those. I won't go through those. Page 105, you'll see a summary of our work orders for the past year, and typically I tell you at this point that the police and community development are heavy hitters, and yet again, there are heavy hitters, so that's where we spend a lot of our time. I'll come back to the staffing request. I just want to comment briefly on what the other departments have already started to allude to. Last year, we began a centralization of all the software contracts within the IT budget. This has been slowly happening over the past 5 or 6 years. However, we, as promised, took the big bite, and we finished that consolidation this past year. So you'll see toward the end of my budget, page 120, a new line item within our budget for line 138. This represents all of the software within the township, excluding police, and excluding lines that are attributed to water and UCC. The lines within water and UCC will be under my department's control, but for budgetary reasons, they're within those departmental budgets. However, I and my staff will have the approval process for those lines. I will. But these represent all the software costs for other departments that we have consolidated. So the reduction in Anne-Marie's budget, the reduction in Alice's budget, and various other budgets, you'll see the increase in this line. Backtracking a bit, however, though, we did reduce the consulting line by about $30,000 and a few other tweaks here and there. But the overall, the IT expenditures went down $30,000, even though you'll see a slight increase in the overall OE budget. That is because of those consolidations. So I just wanted to point that out to everybody. Going back to the staffing request, we are requesting, as the manager said, 2 positions, both part-time, 25-hour-a-week positions. One is for a help desk / clerical position. This will be a level 1 help desk, call taker, initial troubleshooting. Hopefully they can resolve it over the phone. The big change here for us operationally is once again turning back on a help desk line. When I first got here nearly 11 years ago, we did have a help desk line. As we lost staff, we turned that off to kind of accommodate some of the workload demands. This is a major pain point for all of our departments. I mean, they need to pick up the phone and be able to speak to somebody. And that will help us do that. That'll also offload some clerical responsibility that currently is housed with Krista, who is an information technology specialist. I can better utilize her doing project management and high-level stuff that right now I need her to do some clerical work, and that's not really an efficient use of that level position. So that will free that up. Additionally, we're asking for a part-time GIS technician. And so up until this point, about 6, 7 years ago, GIS was removed from the IT department and housed within engineering and planning. The township planner and the assistant township engineer were the point people for GIS. The GIS program has done as well as it could in a decentralized fashion at this point. The recommendation, with some other moves that have happened throughout the township, is to re-centralize GIS back under my department and my control. In order to do that, though, we do need to fund at least a part-time GIS person. This will allow us to continue to advance in the GIS investment that we've already made. We've spent a lot of money in that program. It's done, as I said, as best as it could within those departments. However, traditionally, if a department owns something, they focus on themselves, and that's no fault of theirs. They have done really the best job they can. But we would like to ramp up that program and begin to utilize the investment that we have there a bit better. Overall, as I said, I've reduced the operating budget about $30,000. We need about another $32,000 to fulfill all those requests. Also in that request is $6,000 worth of overtime. There has been a zero overtime budget in the IT department, though we know we incur overtime costs every single year. I have 2 union positions within my office. It's kind of a contractual issue at this point. They are eligible for overtime, and I feel we should fund it. Honestly, they deserve it, and this will also enable me to do some weekend and after-hours work that I previously have been holding back on. So that's a summary of the request. I'm happy to get into any great detail, but that's where we're at.
Deputy Mayor Regan?
Thank you.
I had a question.
So just for the other members of council, when this presentation was made to financial oversight, and again, I'm just speaking my own opinion, not on behalf of FOC. I did push back on Justin on, did it make sense to get 2 part-time versus 1 full-time? Because I thought that, from working in this industry and my own background, that it'd just be better to have 1 full-time person. Because of the skill sets involved here, after discussion, it really does make sense to break this into 2 part-time work, because the help desk skill set is quite different from GIS skill set. So trying to find that in 1 person, or bringing in a GIS person to make that a help desk person, probably is not going to sit too well with the GIS person. And a help desk person trying to make in GIS, you might actually be pushing the limits on their skill set and their ability to do that. So after that discussion, I am supporting this. Councilwoman Sherman said something earlier about Alice and, the work, what's being done behind the scenes there. And here it's the same with IT, especially from the technology point of view, the need for the GIS. This is stuff that if we're going to be a modern day trying to not necessarily be the best, but certainly up at the top, we need to have a strong technology department. And, over the past few years, we have been making improvements in that area, and it's important for us to continue that trend. I know that we try to say, okay, if you're bringing in people, how are you offsetting the cost, how are you doing the revenue? Like, IT departments don't do that, so it's kind of hard to say that. However, having said that, I have been working with Bob and Justin on shared services type opportunities within the sewage authority for IT. I know that other opportunities with Councilman Kramer and the mayor have looked at the library. So we're looking to find ways to make our IT department, not necessarily revenue generating, but certainly taking advantage of it. We also took a shot at the Board of Ed with their IT. So Justin is trying to
continue to be overworked.
Yeah, so, he is trying to look ahead, and when the opportunity presents itself, he does take it to see how to expand and increase overall the productivity and the efficiency of the department. And certainly the help desk assistant, again, when you're at a desk and you're not, and I see this more now in my current job working in the Department of Human Services. I grew up and my whole career was in a technology company. That's what we did. And even the low-level staff had technical background. Well, in the state I see it, I mean, people still look at a computer sometimes to try to figure out, what it is and how to use it. And that's, not that, I don't mean anything critical of our staff, but they're just, that skill set is there, may not be there, so we have to have people who can answer those questions. And when you pull away from highly technical people to go and answer the phone, it can be frustrating, because when you have deadlines and you're trying to do large-scale rollouts, and you get pulled in to ask, like, I can't find this on the screen, help me, tell me where it is, though they'll do it, it is frustrating. So having someone come in and provide that help level desk one help is certainly important to the overall effectiveness of the staff of the township. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Oh, Councilman Vasanella?
Okay.
And then Councilman Chase.
The part-time positions would not qualify for health or pension benefits, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You mentioned one of the primary reasons was this GIS, and you said about how with this extra person, we'd be able to better utilize benefit by. Could you give some specific examples of what you would not be able to accomplish with that system in place without the person, and specifics as to what you'd be able to accomplish with that person?
Absolutely. And keep in mind, these are two, as the deputy mayor said, two varying skill sets. So we have two different issues.
I understand.
They're not
Focused on
interconnected.
GIS
Particularly
right
with the
now.
GIS position. The best example I can say, and where the GIS program was headed, is to ramp up the asset inventory of the water utility. And this goes in hand with a lot of the water utility initiatives in order to better utilize a lot of what the water utility has been doing, for example. We need to know where every valve is, where the pipe is. Is it on the right side of the street or the left side of the street? Is it a 10-inch main or an 8-inch main? And all that data is properly housed within the GIS utility. From that data collection piece, we then begin to better utilize our asset management software, Spatial Data Logic, which we also have a great investment in. That program is 100%, I'll say 100%, 95% based in GIS. It has also limped along in a way because we don't have the proper data collection that we need in order to utilize that software 110% of its capability. So that's a great example right there that then spirals into data collection for public works, better integration for public works. But the water utility is the very next, biggest step for us.
So then what part of that, if we did approve, would be charged back to the water budget?
I believe we're going to do 50%.
The position is proposed to be funded 50% from water utility and 50% from general budget.
Okay. Not to get into contractual issues, but you mentioned about the overtime. If you've been getting along without the overtime, and then you have if you had the additional hires, I'm trying to understand.
This is for on-call status and for work that's done beyond the normal work hours. To be perfectly honest with you, Councilman, we have had more than generous employees who have not gone to the well, and we need to be in a position to be prepared because they do have a labor contract that if they do submit an overtime slip for having been called in because of a police department IT emergency at 2 in the morning, that we're in a position budget-wise to pay them, which contractually they're entitled to. So,
It's being handled as comp time.
Right now it is.
Is the contract not allow for it to be comp time?
Well, it's not, it's their choice. This is that's
So it
by
does-
law.
it
That's
does.
not by contract, that's by law. They are entitled to take overtime when they work overtime. They have been very good about it up to this point, but we really need to have a nominal amount of money in that overtime budget in the event that there is a lot of work.
Again, not question the validity, one for us and anyone else to understand specifics.
And that's what I'm saying. It's
I appreciate the
it's purely
explanation.
contractual.
So then, the only other comment I'm going to make here is, and I'm digesting these positions. Obviously, the council will vote on it, but let's assume we make those hires, authorize in the budget those hires. Obviously, now we're approaching a quarter of the year already done. Is it not for to carve away as much as we can off this budget, not make sense to implement one, I guess, ASAP if it's approved, and one comes in the beginning of July?
Generally speaking, we budget full positions for full years
I
because
know,
we have
we
to
generally
budget it again in the following
do that,
year, so
but I'm looking at-
it then causes a much bigger increase in year two of that. This was the same discussion we talked about last year when we budgeted salaries. It's understood that this particular year for any new hire will be a partial year salary. However, moving forward in years to come, these are not temporary positions. The generally accepted practice is to budget full budget so that when we budget next year, because of caps and the like, we have that money in this budget this year. We're at a 1.96% on a 2% cap. If we begin to back that down when we go to budget for these positions in subsequent years, we don't want to run into an issue where we don't have the ability to fund them anymore.
Okay. Councilman Chase, then Councilman Kramer.
And I read the request for these two positions. My thought was, can you get good part-time technicians for the salaries offered?
The landscape is such right now that there are still qualified individuals looking for jobs. And while I don't want to take advantage of anybody, I want to, we have geared these positions with what the market dictates at this point in time. So if these were full-time positions, they'd be about a $32,000 to $35,000 a year position, which is typically an entry-level help desk person. And so, this position is also going to do some clerical work, which is of even a lower tier. I'm trying to consolidate as much work, within these tiers as I possibly can without stretching these people overly thin or outside their skill set. So, it is our hope and our belief that we can find somebody part-time. And keeping in mind that this is part-time, they can also do other work outside of our town to supplement. So.
And I just also comment in response to Councilman Vassinella's question. I'm aware of how extensively Mark Healy has used GIS, and particularly in answer to requests from the county and potentially even from the state, things like precisely defining our sewer service area. These things are heavily GIS dependent, and they're likely to increase the requests from other levels of government to define what we're doing in a GIS terms.
One of our biggest customers, so to speak, recently have been the fire districts, in particular, Fire District 2 and Fire District Number 1 in their efforts to computerize each one of their pieces of apparatus, and they have moved forward with a program that is very GIS reliant, and what they use it for is not only simple things like the location of fire hydrants, but also structures and response routes. There's a wide variety of things that they're using them for, and they've become, our township employees have been working very closely with the fire districts, but this would give a central point of contact that would obviously streamline that process.
Much of what we do with GIS right now too only begins to scratch the surface of its really power. As a municipality, 90% of what we do is land-based. There's a lot of work that relates back to a place within our township. And so it is my hope that as we develop the program further, this will also become a better customer service engine. People can see things more visibly through this program. And down the road, this is far down the road, it begins to integrate a lot more of our workflows in our systems. So that's the end game far down the road, but yes.
Okay, Councilman Kramer.
Thank you. So, as Mr. Hyman would, I think, attest to, I've been a strong supporter of the IT department. I've wanted them to actually grow, take on more responsibilities, and as they did it, bring in more income. I think we have a lot of talent there. And if through shared services, I think that they could do much more. My hope is that the mayor and I will be able to convince the library board to use our IT department, and saving the taxpayers about $50,000. There were some, I won't go into them, there were some differences of opinion on the law, and we're investigating those, and hopefully that will turn out in our favor. But when it comes to, and when it comes to the help desk, I think you've made a very good case that freeing up those people, your current people, with someone of a different skill set allows your people to do some things that actually will save the town money, because we won't need outside consultants. When it comes to the GIS, one thing the manager and I discussed, however, was our recently no longer in that position assistant engineer, or what's the correct title, assistant engineer?
He was the assistant engineer,
Right.
yes.
Who is now the head of Public Works, was doing the GIS, and we're going to have to fill his position, so we could ask for someone who had an interest in continuing to enter the data. So therefore, we could continue to, no, I'd say a little better than limp along, but continue to make some progress on it, though not as a robust progress on it. The problem comes down to, there was a line out of the movie Apollo 13, when they were trying to get more power to the LEM. You're telling me what you need, I'm telling you what we have. The analogy I used in financial oversight was, we're in a desert. You're asking me for water. I believe you need water, but I don't have any water around. And we are leaking $1 to $2 million out of our budget, and we have to draw the line somewhere. So it's killing me to say no, because of how I want this department to grow. And my hope is that the library board will see our way, because then we could serve the library board at less money than they're spending now, and that person would be able to, in my opinion, fully serve the library at better than they are getting now, completely invisible to the library users, and that person would have enough extra time to be able to do the GIS. So that's where I want to go with this. So at this point, unless we can get the library to come on board, I'm currently leaning, it could change by the time we vote. I'm currently leaning to no. Thank you.
Okay. Others? Mr. Hyman? Councilman Prasad?
Number one, you've done a great job in terms of the overall improvements that I've seen. And where are you with the data backup with Princeton and the reciprocal agreement that you've got with them?
Council passed the resolution, actually, and I believe you're on leave, Councilman, so I apologize, but council did pass the resolution. Princeton has passed the resolution. The hardware is in place. We have appointments to make the swaps. They were seeded, the data was seeded here just for technical reasons, which I won't get into, but we have dates in place to make the swaps. By the next time I speak to you guys, it'll be 100% complete, but everything is in motion, and the necessary resolutions was the next hurdle, and that's been done, so.
Okay. Well, IT is the backbone of the whole operation here, so I would say that, we'd be penny wise and pound foolish if we didn't fund you. That's just my own opinion, coming from an IT company. So we need to have the most streamlined operation we can get, and that's important. Thank you.
Mayor, I just had a question I forgot.
SNL?
This is about the new hirees. I don't want to put anybody on the spot. We had issues with permitting. Are we ready to go from your end with this booth, with this payment booth that we've been talking about for, and again, I'm not putting it on you, 6, 7 years, and we, matter of fact, I think we prioritized it 3 years ago. Where, I bring it up now in case there's an IT issue, where exactly, what is the timeline for this?
And again, the construction of it, as you see, is basically complete. Again, and not to use snow as an excuse, but moving forward with the project certainly got slowed down with the fact that this is an in-house project handled by our Public Works Department, and they've been doing a lot of work out there in the field right now with the snowplows. So
I'm
yeah,
not suggesting they have
but my better suggestion is that we ask the Public Works Director, who's seated behind me without me even turning around, I know he's there, and he's next on your agenda.
No, that's fine, but I just wanted to cover from an IT
The project
end.
was actually mine, so it's only been since I was Special Projects Manager, which is only about a year and a half ago. That's 2 years from when I started, and I started that project not long after I became it. So that project is one that should be completed in the next couple months, but we'll let Mr. Zelenik talk about that a little bit more. From an IT standpoint, certainly Justin can answer your question as it relates to that.
Yeah, from an IT standpoint, we're ready. We have had, many different. We've had, the last thing that we need to do was install 2 computers there. And honestly, I have pushed those computers back knowing that construction wasn't ready to redeploy to people who could use them quicker. As I saw the glass installed, I instructed Joe this week to install the 2 computers that are in there.
Okay.
So, I mean, we're ready to go. It's
no, Bob, I don't,
with the operation, so.
whether it was 2, 3 years, I mean, it was in the works prior. I didn't mean that you dropped the ball. I'm just saying.
No, I wasn't saying that. You said 7 or 8 years. It was a project that I devised 2 years ago. So I don't know about the 7 or 8 years ago with the centralized, but that project as far as security and centralized cashiers was something that I started about 2 years ago. That's all I meant.
Yeah. So the only thing Councilman Kramer left the room. If we don't get sewer, library, or anybody to buy in, so to speak, I'm a little concerned about rolling out 2 positions. I'd like us to be able to hire 2 or 3 based on a plan that involves, I don't know what kind of contracts they'd be. I imagine that would be done with the idea of going indefinitely, but at least a couple years, few years up front. I don't know how you can comment on this because right now it's a variable we don't understand. But if we do get 1 or more, are we then going to need somebody else to manage it? And then is the cost savings still 50? And I know it may not legitimately be put on you to figure out all these numbers, but I see a lot of gray area. Well, if it is, you can answer. But I see
it's on him.
A gray area because I'm hearing maybe we don't really. If we don't get them, and then if we do get them again, does that mean you're going to be coming back for another hiring or 2?
So I can comment on all of that. The 2 positions I have before you right now are me as your IT director coming to you saying this is what we need for the township in the situation that we're in right now with our workload. I have seen a 50% increase this past year in help desk tickets over the prior year. Typically, we see a 10% increase. That's a dramatic spike for me, and that's really was my motivation in coming to you today. Otherwise, I wouldn't do it if I didn't have the metric to back it. So the part-time position that you see before you today is what I need to keep the lights on and keep running at the pace that we have been keeping up with. If we don't receive that position, I'm going to have to make some operational changes to keep the lights on and perhaps slow our technology growth, which, again, is just a side effect. But that position that you see before you today is what I'm asking for to on our current operational paradigm. The sewage authority will not require a position. I have met with the sewage director. I know what is required there. It won't be required. The library, it is my opinion that we can absorb the library with this position in place. I will run for a year, and then I will come back to you and let you know how we are. Based off of the report that we have from the library, if we were to bring them on today with this part-time position in place, I would feel comfortable running for the next year and then reevaluating where we're at. if we don't receive the help desk position, things like mobile deployment of inspectors, things like these advanced technologies that are in the IT plan that we have been talking about and that departments have been requesting, that I've been pushing back on the departments to say we're not ready yet, we definitely won't be ready to deploy. I don't feel comfortable going there until I know that I have the staff to support the technologies. That's my recommendation. Certainly I can be overridden, but that's me as your IT director. That's my recommendation. So.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Francois.
I'm sitting here having a deja vu experience, because you were just here a couple of weeks ago,
it's
talking
like
about
3
the
times in
IT
4
strategic plan and why you needed additional staff, and I think you did a good job supporting what your need was when you were here a couple of weeks ago. I support the fact that you need those resources. Thank you very much.
Mr.
Thank
Mayor?
Yes, Councilman Wright.
Justin, you put forth a very good argument. I love you. Have a great evening.
Thank you. I don't know that I'm off the hook yet. I think I have IT capital.
No, he's actually got a little bit more to talk about. There's an IT capital budget. It's in tab number 4. It's the bottom portion of both the 5-year capital plan and the capital plan for 2014. And if I could flip my book over here.
Yeah.
It is the back tab,
Tab 4,
four,
C16?
page C1
C1.
is in fact the 2014 capital projects, and at the very bottom of the page on C1 is the technology requests, and the recommended funding for each of those projects.
So, and I'd like to work off of page C1. It's just a little easier to run down the list, and then if there's any detail, we can certainly jump back. You see before you the first 2 requests of $45,000 for computer and printer replacement and $20,000 for networking equipment come directly out of my office. Those 2 are normal replacement and normal upkeep of the network, some network expansion, some security enhancements in that $20,000. The $45,000 is the computer and printer replacement program, as I have continually, put before you guys over the last couple of years. Moving down the list, $9,000 for a mobile radio and $5,000 comes out of fire prevention. These are for vehicles that don't have radios that need them for our fire staff, and a portable for an inspector. That's a handheld radio that he does not have one and he needs one. The next 3 requests are the typical requests out of the police department for Panasonic Toughbooks. This is an ongoing replacement program for them. Same thing with the Motorola radios. That's an ongoing replacement. The MorphoTrack system, I'm sure the police department will talk to you a little bit more about, but that is a legal guideline that we have to upgrade that system. And again, I won't steal the police department's thunder, but they will get into that in more detail. But it is a requirement that we need to upgrade that.
I'll steal their thunder. Let's just get this cut to the chase here. So about 8 years ago, this one, I'm sorry, Justin.
I knew you were going to.
But you know what, they don't need to talk, they don't need to waste time on Thursday with this. About 8 years ago, the state of New Jersey contracted with a corporation that does live scan fingerprinting. The state, in their infinite wisdom back then, said, you know what, here's $50,000, you got to go buy one of these machines. Now this is one of those unfunded mandates. Because of the need to now do palm prints for Megan's Law violators as required by the FBI, these machines that we currently have in place in the police department are not capable of doing that. This is the new machine. The FBI says we have to have palm prints, and the state of New Jersey says you have to use these live scan machines because we've contracted with MorphoTrack, the company, to do this, and they said you got to spend $47,000 and buy a new one. So there you have it. This is a mandate that we are not going to be able to get around. So it is one of those capital requests that I don't know that it will have to have a whole lot of discussion about.
Is there not a state office of unfunded mandate?
I would like to find it because
I've talked to them at
the state of New Jersey is not taking the position that this is an unfunded mandate by them. What the state of New Jersey has said is that we currently have a contract with MorphoTrack to process all of our live scan fingerprinting. And the federal government has said, you must have palm prints, and the machines that we have are not capable of doing that.
The hardware will not.
While the state of New Jersey may be mandating that we use MorphoTrack, they're not the ones mandating that we have to have palm prints. So it's kind of like they're way off the hook.
Passing the buck.
Passing the buck, that's a good way to put it, too.
Now, with these technologies...
Passing 47,000 of our bucks. Blaming the contractor is what I'm hearing. Not us, the state.
Right.
Thank you, sorry, Mayor.
With these technology items, the bottom two are longer term. Is everything above there something we're going to do every year?
C15 and to some extent C16. C16 I don't do every single year. I do it as needed, but we're at that time when I need it. Computer and printer replacements is an ongoing program. Instead of having a spike one year of $500,000 to replace everybody's computer, which I wouldn't be able to do anyway with the staff I have, but we have spread it out over basically a 5-year plan. So
Do we have a maintenance contract with a vendor?
For computers. Computers are capital. It's a capital item. I'm sorry.
For printers.
I think that the mayor is probably asking that question and has it. Let's see if I can read your mind, Mr. Mayor.
Hold on.
I believe that we had a discussion about annual programs being funded in cash in 2014 and one-times being done by bond.
Potentially.
Potentially, exactly, as we move through this project. And you'll see that one is identified as being funded through bond ordinance as opposed to being funded by cash. I believe that was probably done in error, and we can certainly look at that and we can bring that back. But that was our plan, Mr. Mayor, you're absolutely right, was that we were going to fund all of those recurring costs out of cash this year, and we were going to do the one-timers on bond. So that would mean that the MorphoTrack live scan system would be a bond, but that the Motorola police radios and the Tough Books, which is an ongoing project for the police department, would be cash. The mobile radios for vehicles and portable radio for fire inspector, again, that's a one-timer. That was done just to replace, but not an ongoing. So that would be bond. But the computer and printer replacement program and network equipment were to be cash. So what we'll do is we'll update that spreadsheet and.
Okay. So bond would be MorphoTrack, folding machine.
Correct.
And that's it.
And the fire prevention equipment that should have been a one-time expense.
Okay.
Those are new acquisitions.
Good, I was thinking the same thing.
Exactly. That's.
Great. Thank you for that.
Councilwoman Francois, to answer your question about a maintenance contract. So we do have a vendor who has submitted basically a quote for a very low amount. It's $35 a trip when we need a printer repair, and then we pay parts on top of that, which is a normal cost. This replacement program is when I have milked all the life out of a printer I possibly can. It's no longer repairable, and we make a judgment call to say that printer needs to be repaired.
Okay.
So that's the capital expense comes in.
Okay.
Yeah, when it's a dot matrix printer.
We still do have one of them that has to run for, a state program, but yes, we do have one dot matrix printer in the police department.
In the police department, the 911 printer is a dot matrix printer.
You'll have to get an historical marker for that.
When it breaks, you've got a problem finding a new one.
We have a second one on a shelf somewhere.
We do. So that's the technology capital. It's pretty straightforward.
Okay. Any other questions on technology?
I do have one. The replacement folding machine is a replacement for an end-of-life item out of the collector's office. This is used by multiple departments, but it is a dinosaur. There is one gentleman who knows how to fix it, and he lives in Florida or something and flies up and fixes it every now and then. So that's that. I do have two general technology items in the general technology request: the server room backup air conditioner and the server room temperature monitoring system, which Mr. Zelnick's going to go through all the general capital. But those two were direct requests from me. We have redundancy in every other area other than air conditioning in that room, and it has become a problem over the last couple of years. So now we need to fill that redundancy gap. And the temperature monitoring and alerting. We have had big problems, and I
That's not
I
good.
can't sleep at night anymore without making the
Yeah.
request, so I'm making the request, and the temperature monitoring alerting system will alert us of the problem before my servers alert us of the problem, and we don't want servers alerting
We
us
hit
of
about
heat
130
problems.
degrees in the room.
Yeah.
That's terrible.
Yeah, fire department was
One-
here.
130.
It was fun.
Really?
That's like Sahara Desert hot.
Yeah. Our servers? Wow.
Exactly, and didn't lose any.
We don't want to know what the internal temperature of the servers were at that point in time, so.
Okay.
So that's the two general requests that did come out of my office while I was here. I figured I would.
And that's up under
discuss.
general capital, under municipal building improvements.
C5.
And that covers it, Mr. Hyman?
That covers it from my aspect, yeah. Take any
Yeah,
questions, but.
Thank you, Mr. Hyman.
All right, thank you very
Thank you all.
much.
Appreciate it.
your time. We now
Next,
go
we have
for-
Mr. Zelenik, who covers a multitude of departments.
This
He doesn't want to do it tonight, he wants to come back on Thursday.
He did he? I have a feeling this is going to be the fastest you've ever heard Mr. Zelenik talk.
Brian,
Guys,
I want to
just
say,
like
I heard
that.
you say
I'm going to
that-
break previous year's records.
It's not about that side.
Mr. Zelenik has engineering,
It's about this side.
public works, water, capital, and water capital.
So we've got that as, respectively, as I see it, page 148, engineering, 289 DPW, and water is tab 2. Then we might take a look at capital.
I think 148 engineering is probably the easiest one of all.
So, Mr. Zelenik, welcome here.
Glad to be here.
Well, you can come back often. Well, you do every day, I guess, right? So,
Okay. Engineering, basically, the budget compared to last year is increased by $830.
Oh, my.
That increase is for training for a new inspector. We had an inspector resign his position, so we have to fill that, and this would be for training for him.
Move on.
Next.
That's good.
Wait, we have any questions about the engineering budget? It is a small budget of just over 10,000. I don't think there's a whole lot to belabor on that.
No, there is not.
okay, so then 289 for Department of Public Works.
289.
289 or 29?
I have 289.
Yeah, 289.
289.
289.
We could vote.
Right, do I hear it 289?
Streets and roads.
All right, actually, this is, streets and roads.
Streets and roads. I actually, prior to the past 2 months in the winter that we had reduced this budget by about $4,000. However, with the potholes that are opening up every time you blink an eye, we've added 10,000 to what I originally submitted for an increase of around $6,000.
Which line, where do I see that? Which line?
That's on page 3.
Look, if you look at 303.
Yes.
And so,
Oh, line 32?
line 32, you'll notice that that's a new line in the budget. It wasn't there last year. That's why there's no calendar year 2013. It was taken from other areas of the budget that have now been reduced, like other equipment and supplies, which shows a $45,000 reduction. It's now funded. Originally, this was to be funded at, I believe, $20,000, Tom?
30,000.
30,000, and we've bumped it up by 10,000. Councilman Kramer, are there any potholes on Canal Road?
I had one reported to me today.
Okay, I thought you might have.
I got some potholes in my neighborhood.
Actually, they're, just
Okay,
for
let's move
informational
on.
purposes, we've had about two crews every day, some days, 3 crews going around hitting potholes, so
And it's visible.
we're hitting them big time.
It's very visible.
And it's a huge
It's a
problem.
good job, great job. Yep.
The snow and ice removal, so it is, because I've always wondered about, so it's 229 miles within the town when we, back on.
Yes, that's our municipal, that's the township roads, correct?
right.
Yes, that's what we are responsible for clearing snow from, 229.
It's 229 miles.
Correct.
Just for
229 road miles.
people out there listening. And that's,
Yep.
yeah, no, I know, just,
So, that means
It's a lot of
multiply
miles.
that number by 2, because you have to do both sides of the road
As opposed to
For lane miles.
for lane miles. It's 229 linear miles of roadway, but you have to, for when you clear snow, you have to do both sides of the road, so you have to multiply that number by 2.
458
way to
miles.
save on the budget, just do one side.
Exactly. We just go right up.
Alternating roads.
Alternate storms?
Well, and quite often you see two trucks coming by, slightly offset from each other, but going the same
Right, that
direction.
covers one lane.
Right, even wider.
Just
I mean,
pushing it back further.
So the street and road budget has increased from 145,750 to 151,125, with the bulk of that increase related to an increase in materials for pothole repairs.
Any questions on that?
I had a question, the equipment repair and maintenance, last year you budgeted 3,000, you spent 5,307, but you've requested only 3,750 this year.
And that's just allocating things to the right column. We're tightening it up year by year by year. Where they're charging things that shouldn't go to that line to it, it should be charged to another line.
So some other line must have increased.
Exactly.
And of course, a lot of things have gone into the new lines for road materials and catch basin.
Right, what was happening was that we had this 120,000 that used to go into 058. And that covered a multitude of things, and we're trying to break that down into the specifics of what it is. That's why we created the catch basin repair line item, the road materials, which is the pothole patching and that kind of stuff, just to get a better feel on where we are and to allow them to charge it to the right lines.
And according to the detail, 58 basically moved to 32 and 35.
Right.
Right,
Yeah,
and
there's-
58 also.
From a management standpoint, it's much easier to hold department heads accountable when they have appropriate lines in their budget.
You're being more specific about where things are
Exactly.
being spent.
Exactly. So that they should be spending it on, the budget should be more specific so that the appropriate, the expenses are appropriate to the budget.
That's good.
Going forward, next year, we'll probably have a couple more line items to break that 58 down even further.
Good.
Just, this was a starting point.
Good.
Okay, Mr. Selnick.
Snow
Going.
removal?
Yep.
All right, so this is a biggie.
On page 319, right?
And exact, well,
What page?
319.
319.
Subsequent page to the,
Okay.
So I guess I should probably talk a little bit about this one. Yeah, I'll take care of this one there, Mr. Zelenik.
It increased.
Why?
So.
Never mind.
So we had a lot of snow,
Oh,
and we used a lot of money from our trust.
Enough said.
We had a reserve balance on December 31st of $718,000. We currently have a reserve balance of 400,000, give or take, 418, with that, but we're not done, correct? As far as billing so we've made that we're not done.
We're not done.
So we ordinarily budget $402,000 total in snow. That was gone by about February 5th.
Yes.
Seriously, February 5th, the February 5th snowstorm wiped out the 402. We needed to move 300 from reserve to cover our bills. We're looking this right now, that, I guess, what's it, about $700,000 total? Eight, I'm sorry, eight.
Is it?
800,000 just for this year, from January 1 on, between contractors, overtime, all the related expenses that we're allowed to charge to snow. So financial oversight went through this, and this was a lengthy discussion about where. Now, one thing to note is, because of the severity of this winter and the fact that several states of emergency were called by our governor, the state of New Jersey has decided that for a one-time and one-time only, that any any money budgeted for snow over and above the norm, our norm being 402, is outside the cap, the levy cap for this year. So the talk was, well, how much do we do? As you heard in my initial discussion, my initial comments when we began tonight, $300,000 was the recommended number from the Financial Oversight Committee. So that's the number. It's 298 just to make it an even number because it used to be 402, and now we just rounded that number. So 298 was added to the snow removal budget in hopes that we don't need any more and we can have a balance going into 2015 of 400,000. 400,000. Like I said, we were at 700,000 on really January 1st.
298 or 398?
298. 298 added.
298 plus 402.
Right, 298 plus 402, so for a total of...
Okay.
Comes to 700,000.
Okay, so 700,000.
Or to round it, it's usually 4, adding 3 would be 7, right?
But you're adding 3 from where?
Yeah, 800 is what we spent this year.
I get it.
No, see, this is just the, so there's the other part of this, you're seeing the OE, but the spreadsheet is showing 100,000, is showing 100,000 for salaries as well. So the total is 800,000, so there's an additional 100,000
The overtime.
for salaries.
On the top line there.
It's
where that
we
100
call it overtime, but it's.
No, I understand,
yeah,
it's part of the
yeah.
removal, but that's
Yes.
where that 100,000.
That's where the 100,000 comes from.
So, Mayor,
Yeah.
there's sort of the question there before, and it wasn't, I don't know if anybody got, so I'm hearing about going outside the levy, clarify, it got lost there for me. You're adding
This
300,
appropriation would not be included in the levy cap.
so that's by our choice.
No, from the state.
Well, no, the budgeting of this, the funding of this is by choice.
That's what I'm saying. We don't have to put it outside the levy.
Well, why, I don't know why.
Well, you mean it's outside the cap?
It's outside.
That's
still
what I
have
meant,
to
the
pay
cap, the
for it.
levy cap, the cap, the spending cap.
You could add 3, 400, 500,000 and still choose to.
You could add $1 million.
keep
There's lots of ways we
the budget
can. I'm
flat
just
by
saying, that's a
cutting elsewhere,
choice
right?
we make as far as,
Well, I mean-
I don't know if
I
I'm
mean-
following you,
I mean,
Councilman.
you could add $1
Whatever
million.
we budget over and above.
You're not adding that, you're not usually
No,
using
no.
that right now.
No, I know, we're not using it. No, we don't need to use it. Exactly. But what because of the, well, and Andy just reminded me, and this is, because of the amount, we don't need to, because we're not exceeding the cap. But what I'm saying is that if the state has said, if you wanted to add $2 million to your snow budget this year, which would then clearly make us exceed the cap thresholds, it would be outside of that cap. But we don't need to, Andy's saying it, we don't have to, but it doesn't matter. At the number that we're budgeting in excess, it doesn't cause us to exceed the cap.
I
So we don't
understand,
need
I guess I'm
cap exception.
just reiterating that
Right,
this
that was
is,
your-
the government's given us that privilege, we're able to pay for this.
Without
overage
doing
and
it.
without doing it.
That's
Right,
correct.
right.
So I
Your
meant,
point
it's
was-
our,
Yes.
it's our choice.
So that's absolutely.
And then if next year we don't have the tough winter, you'll be replenishing that fund, but that's all up in the air.
Right, in the 2015 budget, we budget our normal and customary amount in snow removal, and we don't get walloped like we did this year, then that money would move to the trust at the end of the calendar year budget. Any remainder. The problem we have right now is, not only do we not have a remainder, we have nothing, and we had to move money from the trust just
We got
to
to build the
fund
trust
our
back up.
bills.
I understand. Thank you.
Okay.
So
Anything
that's
else?
snow, which
Snow?
otherwise is pretty much.
And that was in financial oversight, and went back and forth on what that number might be. Councilman Chase?
Yeah, I just had a question. There was a note somewhere in parentheses, add Princeton Highlands to contractors. What does that mean?
You have a note on a sheet, or you have a note?
I saw this somewhere in
Yes,
snow removal.
on
I'm trying to
other
remember
contractual
where.
detail. Just that we added a route, another route to the contract.
On page 320.
The Princeton Highlands area to have the contractors.
I got you. Number 2, right.
I'm just sensitive because that's where the lady called me up about.
We took over their roads, is that why?
Right, we've taken over their roads.
Yes.
This year.
Okay.
So we had to
Oh, so we
account for it
just
somewhere.
this year taking over their road?
We just finally took over Princeton Highlands this year, in, 2013.
Right. This was the first snow season on it.
Okay.
I thought maybe they had their own contractor for their driveways and you were using him for the roads.
No. This is our hired contractor.
Okay, other snow, pardon me. Other snow items?
Next.
Anything besides, before water, Mr. Schulnick?
Sanitation,
Okay.
What page?
which is 325.
One second. On the snow, on the part about adding for the excess of snow, which way did you do it? Because it makes a difference. If you declare that it is part that we are adding because of the excess snow costs, then yes, it doesn't matter whether because we're under cap either way. But if we declare it as part of that excess cost, it is a one-time thing. So, in other words, if we were to increase this by 2%, but say that 0.2% of that was part of that increase, then next year we'd be starting at our base would be 1.8 above where we are. So if we are just going to basically ignore what the state said, that's fine, but that increases that increases our base. If we say, no, it's part of the excess, then it doesn't increase our base. So which did you decide to do?
Oh, yeah, that's good.
Right.
We're increasing the base.
We're increasing, no.
Okay.
I'm just trying to, I want to make sure I was following you the right way.
Okay, so we're basically ignoring
Correct.
what the state said, and we are increasing the base, so that next year, if we increase taxes, it's on top of that. Okay, it doesn't go away. Okay, good.
It doesn't go away.
I followed
Okay.
you thinking enough time.
So sanitation,
Sanitation.
325?
Sanitation is primarily our recycling.
But the bulk of it is the county recycling program, and the other is the collection at the various municipal buildings.
Right.
So, Mayor, question about
Yeah,
leaf pickup?
Councilman Vasnella?
For the numerous times I've been asked this question, I'm going to put it to you. Could you tell us how the budget would be affected if Franklin ever tried to institute, I don't know what you technically call it, but the leaf program where people put their leaves in the street, like certain towns do in the township?
It's against the law.
Okay, look, whatever it is, people keep asking it and tell me about other towns that do it. I know other towns used to do it.
Well, no,
I don't
see
look
that.
around
They
anymore.
put in, then this machine comes and sucks them up?
Yeah, and go ahead, if you can comment on that.
It's against the stormwater regulations to put them in the street.
Okay, so even towns who may have had it in the past, it's either phased out or being phased out.
I still see it in Princeton.
I see it.
I still see
It's
it, but
against
again,
stormwater regulations.
But they
Okay.
do it in Princeton. They do.
But they
they do it where, in Manville too? Raritan too? Well, look, my question was more about, because my gut feeling was that it would cost more than the program we have. So I was asking it in the
First off,
budget hearing at reference, so people, and I do get a lot of
If
inquiries.
we were to do that, in addition to being in violation of the state regulations for stormwater regs, we would have to go out and purchase equipment. We would have to purchase leaf vacs for that. It would be much more labor-intensive than what we're doing now. It would be more costly.
Yeah.
Bottom line.
First and foremost, you sold me on the illegality, but I meant to ask you last year, because I still get a lot of questions about that. Well, thank you for the
it's something else you see around, so you want to
You
compare.
do, you see in a lot of
Ours
towns, and it may be
there,
looked at
sure.
as easier by the residents to some degree.
It's easier for the residents, but it's much harder for us and much more labor intensive.
And also, in certain areas of town would cause a parking nightmare, but that's separate from the, well, thank you for clarifying the cost and the legalities.
Okay, anything else with recycling, sanitation?
Buildings and grounds, page 330. Buildings and ground budget was increased by about $10,000. A lot of that is due to the new cleaning contract that went into effect this year.
330, okay.
What page are you looking at?
We're looking at 333.
13 was 44 budget, 86 spent.
Which one? Yeah, it was 44 and 86 spent, it's budgeted at 63. There's been some movement of expenses out of that line of 055, but the increase is primarily due to 055, which is plumbing, AC, HVAC. And that is a contract, and Tom is right, it's the contract with Carrier to service our air conditioning units in all of our buildings, which has increased. Not that I want to correct you at this late hour, Tom, but our maintenance of buildings contract, the janitorial contract actually went down. It went from about 58,000 to 50,000. So that's why you see in this, not every building is included in that 50,000, but that's why it went from 125 to 117. There's been a $8,000 drop in that contract for janitorial. The major increases in the maintenance of our HVAC systems and the need for increased money in that line.
But it's less than was spent last year.
The overall, again, not everything, and not to confuse the matter, but not everything charged to that line was budgeted in that line this year.
No, what the Councilman's saying is the overall expense to that we are below what was spent overall last year, and that's because there were some issues within this building with some of the sewer lines that we had to have a plumber out here numerous times to unplug them.
So you're hoping that was a one-time expense?
Right, because we actually made a change with the paper towel holders in the bathrooms. All the backups were caused by the old paper towels that used to pull out of the dispenser, and you grab one and you'd end up with 10 and nothing to do with them, and people would throw them in the toilet and flush them.
And a waste of money.
Now we have the roll towel that you just take what you need, use it, and throw it right there. So, since they went in,
Okay.
not a backup.
Some lesson to be learned there. Okay, good. Buildings and
Now-
grounds, other?
The air conditioning, though, does that include what Justin was talking about, or?
Yes.
No, the repairs to that were included in that $87,000. Yes, obviously, it's a capital project as far as now the redundant system for the server room. So, but yes, the repairs were definitely included in those HVAC repairs for 2013 and the expenses related to them.
I mentioned to the manager that what we paid for in repairs
Microphone,
is about
please.
what would... I mentioned to the manager what we paid in repairs in 2013 was almost what's in the capital budget request,
Okay,
just for IT.
okay. All right, yeah. Okay.
Next
Anything
one
else
is
here?
vehicle maintenance
342.
342, vehicle.
with the cover sheet on 345.
And the numbers are on 345.
And that budget has been increased by $5,000. And a lot of that is just due to the aging fleet.
I thought some of the new vehicle purchases were intended to help lessen the repair and maintenance costs, or it's just,
When we get to the capital budget, you'll see that there were no vehicles other than the 3 vehicles budgeted for construction code. Again, I don't want to get into all the whole issues with construction code and where things are charged and the purchase of vehicles and document imaging and things like that. We can talk about that on Thursday. There were no public works vehicles and there were no other township vehicles other than the police department this year. So there's just a little bit more money in this budget for additional parts that might be necessary. The only capital budget request for vehicles, there's 1 fire prevention truck.
I was talking about last year, the last couple of years, or especially last year, I think we know we bought some pretty expensive vehicles, did we not, or pieces of equipment, did we not?
We did,
Those
but
like
that's big equipment I'm not talking about. This is the regular
That's what I was saying.
small vehicle
This
fleet.
isn't relevant to
This
that.
is small vehicle fleet, and we're talking about
Okay.
$4,200 on a $140,000 budget for an increase there. I think it's probably kind of a minimal impact, minimal increase on the overall, with just some adjustments to some of the parts lines.
Okay. Mr. Zelnick, anything else with vehicles?
Did you say the increase was due to the agency?
No, aging of the fleet, aging of the fleet, yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's late.
No.
It's okay. Aging of
No,
the
I
fleet.
can't hear. Okay,
Okay.
thanks.
Next up would be water, then.
Water, and now we're in tab 2, right?
And water has an increase on a $10 million budget of $200,000.
Water is, could you say that sentence once more, please?
Yeah.
On a $10 million budget, there's a $200,000 increase.
To,
Goes from $10,147 to $10,381.
let's see.
What page
What-
are
yeah,
you
what
on?
page would I-
We're actually W12, so it's
Thank
under
you.
tab number 2. W12 is where the cover sheet for the OE budget starts.
Could you give me in a nutshell? It looks like telephone is a big, no, I'm looking wrong.
Debt service.
Debt service is
To be
the
perfectly honest with
$200,000.
you, that's where the major increase is. It's
Oh, there it
$228,000
is.
more on
Right there.
principal
Bigger than the
and
increase.
9729 on interest. So if you're looking at a $233,000 increase and you have a $228,000 increase in debt service, that pretty much, there's your
It is.
wash.
You're projecting costs of water wholesale to go down?
Yes.
Is that like, because we're stopping leaks and et
Yes.
cetera, et cetera? And new meters? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Also switching, aren't you got the
More-
regulators where you can switch between the cheaper water and
No,
buy just
no,
the
not
right
yet.
amount of
Not
cheaper
yet.
water?
Not yet.
5-year plan, that's included, but not
Yep.
yet.
That
That project's underway to do
Right.
that.
Okay,
but it's not in place yet.
so we haven't seen the savings from it yet.
No, because we haven't done anything with it. The savings are due to leak detection and meter swap outs.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else you want to highlight with water?
So, do we know yet how much more we're collecting by reading the big meters correctly?
That was, I mean, in the scheme of things, it was actually minimal because it wasn't.
No,
I
you're
believe-
thinking of something different. No, you're absolutely thinking of something different. To be honest with you, I think that's a question for the collector, and I'll have her have an answer for you because she's the one that collects, not, so, off the top of my head, I don't know. This is the incorrect billings. But no.
Well, the readings must be done in the water department.
Agreed, but the readings go directly to the collector who then sends out the bill. I don't know that the water utility people themselves know what the billings are. That this just, the dollars associated with the billings are really a collector's question that I can certainly have an answer on Thursday for.
Well,
Okay.
sometime you have to have it to put into that page about receipts, water rents. I thought renting was what you did with beer.
It's late.
Speaking of which, yes. Any others on water?
Yeah.
Councilman Kramer?
Not something we would put in this budget now, but we do eventually have to adjust our water rates to be automatically adjusting to our water fees. Now, right now, we're on a good slope because we're fixing leaks, but that's something
I
think we
given the fact that our suppliers, who are regulated, I believe, and if someone wants to correct me, they're regulated by the Board of Public Utilities as far as their rate increases are concerned, and that to tie our water rate percentage increase to a like increase from our suppliers, I certainly think is an appropriate thing to do, and I know that it's been discussed in the past. And it would help us avoid a situation like we were in 2 years ago, where we hadn't done a rate increase for 10 years, and then we're forced to do a rather large rate increase. And it seems to me that it would be much more palatable to our water customers to have small rate increases as we receive them, as opposed to large increases every 8 or 10 years.
So if you and Mr. Renone could work on that.
We can, yes.
It'll be complicated if we're buying from two suppliers who sell it to us at different rates, and the amounts we take from
They
the
do, but
suppliers.
if you put it in ratio with how many gallons are purchased from this one and how many gallons are purchased from that one and do the math, I think.
Water bill.
You would get a weighted average.
A weighted average, there you go.
That's not relevant for this year, correct?
No, what we're talking about is the potential for an ordinance amendment on our water bills, which, is that relevant? I mean,
Well, I guess I'm saying is our budget for
No, it doesn't.
water is not going to...
Doesn't have any significant impact right now on our budget, no.
How do you weigh that, I guess you're going to say it's a policy decision, but if we've invested a lot of money and changed if we're saving money in other areas, just because our water rate goes up, saving money in our water department, we don't have to raise the rate.
Well, that's a decision that council makes when they vote whether or not to raise it.
Right, that's a policy which,
Just like they would make that decision as to whether or not to amend the ordinance to allow for automatic rate increases based on supplier rate increases. That would be a decision where you would vote twice and say yes or no.
okay.
We're done water?
Yes. Mr. Zelnick, did you have any other highlights?
Water capital. We have a water capital.
Or water capital first?
Well, let's turn it to 4. Let's do the regular
Okay,
capital.
So relative to capital,
Deputy Mayor Regan.
if we do water capital, because it's already like after 11, and I know all of us have worked a long day, and we're still here tonight, and at this point, I'll admit my mental facilities are starting to shut down, and
I
I'm
agree
not
with that.
listening as well. So if this water capital, my proposal would be, let's pick up capital at the next meeting.
I'm with
So
you,
want me
Brian.
to
We can
bring Mr.
finish water
Zelnick back?
capital, or?
Yeah, if it's just,
Well,
It's both are Mr. Zelnick, who's been here all night as well, and I'm just, so I'll stick up for my right-hand man here, or the man at my right hand.
So we need to do with him water capital and what else?
At water capital and capital.
All the capital?
It is. I mean,
The whole
this is
thing?
the whole capital budget, which is spelled out in that one page,
Okay, which page are you?
but we're not now.
C1.
C1.
All right, let's do it since.
General
we're here.
capital. And I think that, so what I'm going to suggest to expedite this process, because Mr. Zelnick, I don't believe needs to be here, and we can certainly discuss this on Thursday, are items C3 and C4, which are road resurfacing and sidewalk improvements. Because I have a feeling that that is going to be a protracted conversation that we don't need to have right now. The remainder of these projects are fairly straightforward, and I don't think it will take a tremendous amount of time. C1, Councilman. We've already discussed the server room backup AC and temperature monitoring systems. The code building roof repair and code building carpet replacement, again, is dollars spent on uniform construction code to satisfy a need for spending UCC surplus. And so that, there was a need to fund about $320,000 of UCC expenditures from a surplus of fees. And what I will tell you is that when you add up the code building, when you add up the code vehicles, and when you add up the $200,000 for document imaging, you come to about $320,000. $30,000 for replacing carpet in the public safety building. The public safety building is now 23 years old. That is the original carpet and has become a trip hazard. It was put off from last year's capital budget, and it is now, and it was put off the year before that. This is year number 3. It's now become an issue that was addressed by the JIF in a report. It needs to be replaced. Likewise, the vinyl roof flooring in the Public Works garage at $20,000 falls into that same category. Many of the tiles are missing. That building was constructed in 1986, and it has not had a floor replacement since it was constructed. So we're talking about a significant amount of time. The next lines are the police. We can go down, and you'll see that there are 7 vehicles in the proposed budget for the police department. The police lines in the general capital are for the emergency and safety equipment to outfit those vehicles at $147,000. That's all the lights and sirens and safety equipment and everything that goes into a police car.
Are the police going to come and do a presentation?
They are, Thursday, yes. That's why I'm going to, this is something where you can certainly talk about the police fleet with the police chief on Thursday.
Okay.
Defibrillators those are automated external defibrillators. That's a relatively small cost, $7,600. I believe funds 8 of them.
If it saves one life.
If it saves one life, that's $7,600. That's a very good investment. And that is to replace ones that have become beyond service that are in the current supply of the police department. Every police car, every police patrol officer gets one on his way out the door.
Public Works?
Public Works, new salt storage facility. The one we have is old and starting to fall apart, and we need one that's bigger, as evidenced by this year and our inability to have enough salt on hand. This is that pyramid-looking thing at the mini dump. And it's time that we have to build a new one because ours will only hold a limited supply of salt.
$300,000?
$300,000. It's a big, gigantic building.
Well, the one we're proposing, I think, would be bigger than the dome, the one you referred to.
It's about, what, 3 times the size?
Where-
Twice
Same
the
place?
size.
Yeah.
Same place, or?
We're working on location, and there will be, hopefully, if the Board of Education.
Let's not go down that road. It's going to be a while, so let's not do it.
Yeah, so.
But it is be twice the size or more
Twice
than
the
that
size of our
dome-style
current
building.
one. Yes.
So
Now, what about
cost
down
and
by
practical.
the shooting range?
We don't have any property that's suitable for it down by the shooting range.
And that puts it well out of the centralized area that it's needed in.
Can we keep on moving
Yeah,
with
there'll be
that?
proposals coming from
We
Public
do.
Works.
We have a location for its placement, and there's just some meetings that need to be held to move forward.
Next on
with
that budget,
Okay.
go right ahead.
All right.
Guide rail, you're looking
Okay.
at.
Canal Road guide rail replacement is an ongoing project.
multi-year
It's a multi-year project. We started that project last year.
They keep on breaking in front of Councilman
They
Kramer's
do.
house. I don't
Somebody
know why.
keeps cutting a
Someone
hole
got
through the guide rail.
I think we should give up in front of council.
It's about 75 yards north of Grouser Road, and it's
Put a
just
ramp
happening.
into the.
Just a little opening so I could get.
Tire balancer, stump grinder, and chipper are all general equipment that is utilized by Public Works that was on the request list for last year, and it was decided that that could wait one more year for replacement of those pieces of equipment. It's now the 1-year mark, and that's why they're on the request list. In recreation, There is a request for a sound system in the General Assembly Room at $15,000, and carpet in the reading room. That building, again, built in 1996, is in need of carpet in the reading room. Its original carpet.
Could you, once more, which are the ones which would be absorbing the UCC funds?
All right, the UCC funds on this are the code building roof repair and the code building carpet replacement. And then if you go to the next subject down, it's construction 3 Ford Explorers, and that's the $78,000 for those 3 vehicles.
C6, C7, and...
That needs
6 and 7 and C.
What would be...
What is...
Or
yeah.
C12.
There's a 10 and a 12, so I'm going to...
It should be C11.
Construction under vehicles, 3 Ford Explorers, $78,000.
Okay.
Okay. There's a fire prevention truck. Originally, 2 were requested. 1 was removed from the budget after discussion with the fire prevention official. This is to have an additional vehicle for an additional staff member. They all respond to fires, and that we need to have vehicles that are suitable for response, and that's what this vehicle is for. And then certainly you can have a discussion with the chief of police about the police vehicle request. There's a request for 1 sedan, 5 SUVs, and a pickup truck. But I think it's probably more appropriate that we have that discussion when the chief is here for his fleet discussion.
Call him now, bring him in.
Bring him in? All right. So that is the, and so just from a funding standpoint, as I mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, there's about $550,000 that's being budgeted for capital expenditures. It's a total of $800,250 towards the capital improvement fund and $550 for acquisition. There was a balance in the capital improvement fund, I want to say about $125,000. About $125,000. The capital improvement fund is what we fund the 5% down pays on bonding from, and it's also can be used for small capital projects. I've spoken with Mr. Hodgelik between the totals that we came up with on the cash and the decision to fund recurring projects, things that we do annually or semi-annually with cash, and one-time purchases like things like a salt dome with bonding. What you see is the suggested method of financing to the right of all of those requests and the running totals. You're looking at about 3.896 in bond and about 608 in cash. The bottom line is everything is subject to adjustment, and but that is the requests as they went through financial oversight.
So,
yeah, we have to correct that one, and we'll come back.
We'll get a replacement sheet next
so
time.
we're still going to talk about this on Thursday. We're still going to go back over the capital budget, right?
Well, we can
mean-
we can have a discussion. I mean,
Kind of running through this pretty fast.
Well, I'm not saying that there can be a lengthy discussion amongst council members as to what projects to fund and what not to fund. I can certainly answer most of the questions that you might have as far as this is concerned.
Okay.
You know, the individual department requests they can certainly be questioned individually. You know, we have Lupo with construction, and we have the chief of police with the police department. You heard Justin talk about the IT requests already. That's about it.
What else is on the agenda for Thursday for capital?
There is
Those
nothing
two
else on the
departments?
agenda for capital. This was it. This was the budget
So we just
discussion
need
for
to
capital.
review this offline. since
but
you-
I mean-
Well, I think that's the most important thing. I think but there needs to be a discussion about.
But it'll be brought when fire prevention and police come, I'm sure they'll
Right.
touch on their capital.
And that's my point.
We'll flip back to
Exactly.
this
And that's
page.
just like we did with IT today.
Yeah, okay.
Go ahead.
And the general one.
So the last thing you have
road and
is
sidewalk.
you have a water capital projects budget.
C23.
C23.
Oops.
Within that, the first thing on there is the Route 27 water main replacement, which is $3.5 million. that is currently under design. Design is expected to be done in May, at which point we'll have a much harder number than that 3.5. Until we have that, we can't, I got to give you, a high-end estimate. Also, we have the SCADA replacement, and that starts getting into being able to open valves and shut valves so that we can pull water from various sources to get the best economical rate for the township. And that's estimated at $450,000. Hydraulic modeling is estimated at $100,000. South end tank exterior coating, that's to paint the exterior of the tank in the south end, $55,000. And those are all one-time costs. Then after that is annual valve replacement, $80,000. Hydrant replacement, that's annual hydrant replacement at $80,000. And automated meter reading, meters and transmitters, $100,000, and those are recurring costs, recurring annual costs.
One time was hydraulic in the exterior coating?
Yes.
Yes.
And when you upgrade the pumps at 518 and 27, I hope you'll put in hydrants along 518, as well as refurbishing the ones along 27?
That'll certainly be, part of the design.
No.
Well, no, the 27 is 27. The 518 is different from it. But that's something.
Still part of the project.
No. I mean, since I've had a specific request from the fire chief there about that.
The water projects followed the same theory of funding, cash for annual projects and bonding for one-time expenses.
Okay, anything else with the water capital, Mr. Zilnik?
Mayor, I don't think this falls in the water. I forgot to ask earlier. I would think we may be doing more street cleaning than usual because of the winter and what we put on the streets. So equipment and labor, whatever costs associated, none of that would fall under capital. We own the street sweepers, and I apologize, I forgot earlier, but that's all included. We should have no problem being very assertive with our streets, under the budget that you have in your domain, the rest of what you presented. Okay. Then the only budget item, and we don't need to get into it now, I notice you have under recreation, I know this isn't Tom. I'm all for if we want to bring that community center up to today's standards with audio, video, but I think, maybe I'm not understanding the scope of the project, but I'm curious of where the 15,000 came from. I think it would be more to do what...
There's some supporting paperwork underneath it, but it was a new audio system for the assembly room.
Okay. I thought it was something about visual, and I just thought if it was going to include any kind of projectors or screens, but if it's just audio, then that
Just audio, just audio.
Okay, so
It's
maybe
good.
I didn't ask the question the right way. When are we going to review the 5-year capital plan? Is that part of this budget hearing?
It's it's.
I know, are we going to review that at our next meeting?
Well, we can now, the original.
Not now.
No, I'm saying, no, we can review it on Thursday now, because the capital budget was scheduled for today. And so, but we can certainly move that discussion to Thursday. I don't know that there's any reason to bring Mr. Zelenik back at this particular point.
But
That's my point.
I just want to look at I know financial oversight looks at it, but that's something we've done in previous years. I'd like to review the
Agreed.
5-year capital plan.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Mayor,
Thursday.
since Ms. Francois
Thursday.
said the Financial Oversight Committee, would you like to tell us who's on that committee, please?
Do I want to tell you?
Yeah, tell the people.
It's, I'm on there, Councilman Kramer, Councilman Wright, and Deputy Mayor Brian Regan.
That way people know who to point the finger at when they want to ask a question in depth. Definitely they know that they can contact us for. And then when we get together on Thursday, we can go down the list for the capital budget that Ms. Francois wants.
I want to review the 5-year capital plan.
And we can certainly have a discussion about the 5-year plan on Thursday. I just want to clarify that, who we have here and the discussion will be, and we also need to discuss overlay and sidewalks. So that certainly needs to be a discussion that's had on Thursday. Might I suggest that we add that to the beginning of the conversation. It will, because Thursday will go, as long as we go on like this, it will go as long as
It could be a
tonight.
10-minute review.
No, that,
Yeah.
well, 10-minute review of the capital plan, absolutely.
Yeah.
I don't know that it's 10 minutes to discuss street overlay and sidewalks. My anticipation is that that conversation will go far beyond 10 minutes.
And the earlier you have it, the longer it will go.
And we do not have to conclude every Thursday also.
I feel like I'm asking for something that nobody wants to discuss but me.
No,
No, we want to, and I don't.
We all know that the five-year plan is going to be discussed.
I heard the councilman, say, if we had 4 people on the subcommittee and we needed to ask them questions, we.
No.
Oh, that's not what you were implying. Okay. It's late and I'm tired. I apologize.
Okay, so we will go
Good night.
over the 5-year capital plan.
We'll go over the 5-year capital
those-
plan. Might I suggest
plus those
this?
other
If the conversation is going to be beyond minimal on Thursday, as I suggested earlier, I think that we should keep the 24th open for, we can discuss parks, we can discuss other issues. We can certainly have the final discussions at that meeting about the capital budget. There's absolutely no reason not to do it on the 24th. In fact, if we really want to know about capital budgets on the 24th, Mr. Zilnick will be at that meeting anyway. So we can certainly do it then.
Aren't we planning something else for the 24th?
We are.
Oh, so you want to have a more than single purpose?
Well, there's
meeting.
absolutely no reason
Okay.
not to have more than single purpose.
Fine,
And
I
Mr.
just-
Zilnick will be there because we'll be discussing the park. So
And Ms. McCarthy,
if we run over, we can stop on Thursday.
So you're
continue
recommending
it on
we
the 20th.
have that on the 24th as opposed to having it on Thursday?
Well, I think that we can start it on Thursday, but if it looks like it's running long, we can stop and continue it and end it on the 24th.
Okay.
We'll make the decision next couple of days, so Ms. McCarthy can sunshine it properly as to
I've discussed it already and certainly a decision on the 14th of March, the day after our next meeting, is more than sufficient to sunshine it for the 24th.
Oh, that's a week,
10
2 weeks
days.
away. I'm thinking it's coming up
2
this
weeks.
Monday. No, it's 2 weeks away.
Yeah, but if you add something like that.
You need to re-add.
Okay, I was thinking it's Monday coming up, right? It's 2 weeks.
It's 10 days away from our.
Got it. Okay, so we got plenty of time.
Plenty of time to sunshine.
All right, good. So
The questions I have, you'll be able to answer on Thursday.
Right.
we'll work out.
And Mayor, for clarification, Bob, I shouldn't say Bob, Tom will not be there Thursday, so we can handle the capital that Kimberly and myself and others want to get into, but if there's something comes down to where we have to refer back to Tom, he'll be at the next meeting on the 24th. Correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
But I feel very comfortable answering any question that you might have.
On any department head
On
who
any
is
department's
not
capital
here.
budget, or any department's
can
budget,
handle it.
or any part of the budget.
fine.
Okay, is there any final on water? Okay, we'll work out those agendas properly. Anything else?
Thank you, Tom.
Mr. Zelnick, thanks a lot. If we have nothing else, we come to item number 6. So if nothing else, motion to adjourn?
So
Second.
Seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstain? We are adjourned. Let's do it again, soon.